Alright, welcome. My opponent for this game was Erik. Erik is a silver ranked player, rank number 565. Historically silver for both Axis and Allies. And one big takeaway from this game is the establishing and maintaining of supply lines, especially for fighters, and you'll see it as the game goes on. So with that, we'll get right into the gameplay. Alright, Germany, round number 1. So Russia had a decent round 1. They went ahead and bought 4 infantry, 3 artilleries, and then lost 4 infantry in West Russia, and then took Ukraine and had his 3 tanks left over, and then he decided to slide his AA gun into Ukraine. This happens a lot. And then he moved, let's see, he held 3 of his guys in Yakut, moved a couple guys over, dropped a guy into Szechuan. Pretty standard moves for Russia round 1. And it brings up an interesting thing. I've been kind of trying to figure out what's the best response to deal with Ukraine when this happens. And different things, you know, I always end up, if I go semi-heavy, I end up leaving tanks in here that they can be counterpunched. And I want to do something where I can hit this and not expose myself to too many tank losses. So I came up with a new strategy. This may be a long game or a short game, because this may work out or it may not. I went ahead and just bought 6 tanks, and I'm banking 5 IPC to deal with next turn. And the way I'm going to deal with this is I'm going to grab 1 infantry and an artillery, and I'm going to hit Ukraine, and then I'm going to take 2 infantry from there and 2 tanks. Our battleship is going to kill this destroyer. And we're going to do we're going to grab Karelia with 1 dude. And then we're going to do the standard C-Zone 7. The heavy C-Zone 7, so everything's going to hit it. Sometimes I like to go with 5 and 1 here and try to kill this, but because I'm going to take... I'm basically giving up Africa in this round. I'm going to go heavy into this C-Zone here. So, and one of the advantages of doing it this way, I ran some numbers. I'm hoping that I can get 3 hits in round 1 and then retreat. And then I hope that he only gets maybe 1 or 2 hits. Then I can retreat my guys and leave my amphibious assaulters going, and that way I can preserve the tanks and they won't end up in Ukraine. Hopefully we kill all of his tanks, but you know how that goes. It's really only a 17% chance to win outright and take the territory using 1 round of combat. And I've done a bunch of different math on it, and I've decided this is the best course of action. So I'm going to go with it and see what happens. And then we're going to try to set up to stack Karelia next turn with a shit ton of stuff. So let's run this. All right. Okay, combat was absolutely outstanding. So this worked better than I expected. After he got his 2 hits, I retreated. After I got 3 hits, I'm sorry, it did take me 2 rounds of combat instead of just 1, but I retreated all of my tanks back to Poland, And then I had an artillery left over that couldn't retreat because it's amphibious assault. And it ended up killing the tank, and he did not get a hit back, which is fantastic. So we ended up taking that. No way that should have happened. But we ended up taking it, which is phenomenal. So that worked out. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to move these guys forward. And then C-Zone 7 was also fantastic. 2 subs and a cruiser left over is pretty friggin' phenomenal. All right, we're going to throw our planes in Finland. These guys are moving forward. We are going to send 2 of these guys back. We can't do anything with those guys. These 3 guys are moving up. The tank's moving up. We're going to grab this infantry and an AA gun and drop them in Finland. And then these guys are moving to Germany. Tanks going to Poland. French tanks to Poland. Infantry going forward. Tanks to Poland. Italy up to Germany. AA gun back to Germany. Italy's AA gun will also go to Germany. And then our fighter will go down to Libya. This fighter will go down to Libya. And our German fighter will go down to Libya. This guy will move forward into Algeria. And so next turn we should be... Man, I don't know if he's even going to be able to do... yeah, I guess he will, because he'll have a destroyer to waste. And the subs can't hit the plane, so I would attack it with the destroyer and the planes. And see what I could get out of it. So... anyway, let's get this done. And our 6 tanks go into Germany. And we are all set. That is going to be the end of Germany round 1, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 1. Alright, Japan round number 1. So, United Kingdom, you bought an aircraft carrier, a fighter, and 2 infantry. And then 2 infantry and a fighter got mobilized into India, and his aircraft carrier got mobilized into C-Zone 8. His combat, he used 1 fighter to kill my transport in C-Zone 5. He attacked C-Zone 7 light. Well, I guess it wasn't that light. Destroyer, cruiser, bomber, and fighter, and lost the cruiser and the destroyer. And then my sub submerged, and he couldn't attack anything else. So that being said, this carrier is most likely going to die because of these 2 subs. Hopefully. I mean, the odds are in my favor to kill that carrier, which would be really nice. And then he moved into 17 with his fleet from India and killed my battleship and didn't suffer any losses. That kind of sucks. Usually a battleship defending at a 4 is nice, but the amount of dice, the good dice that I've gotten so far, I really can't complain. It was an overwhelming force anyway, and the battleship was going to die anyway, but it would have been nice to take out something. But it wasn't to be. So, and then he sent his transport down here to drop a tank off in Africa instead of taking France or Northwestern or Norway or anything like that. And I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, it's good. Maybe he's looking at this saying, I'm going to try to make a move for Africa. So he wants to get an extra unit down here, which isn't terrible. Maybe just to move his transport out of the way there of the subs, because transport was going to die even if he put it with the carrier. So he really, because he didn't take France, he really didn't have much of an alternative. And if you look at the math, I guess, trading 13, the transport and the tank, for 6 is probably not a great idea. But it would have been a pain in the ass for Germany to have to go back and take that out. And now, because of this, I might be able to just do all tanks again in round 2 and just really go hard for tank rush. But I don't know if I'm going to do that. I got to see how Japan does. And then Japan, then the other move he did is he picked up his guys and he's leaving the Pacific, it looks like. So pretty standard moves for England, except because he did this move here and killed my battleship, he did not kill my transport destroyer combo in 61. Which, God, that's really bad for him. Because you really want to have Japan limited, because I'm going to start dropping troops on the mainland right away. So as Japan, and I kind of probably did something I didn't need to do based on his moves. I bought another transport, so I have 3. I brought an infantry and artillery, so I have 6 units next turn to drop on the mainland. And then I bought 2 destroyers with my remaining money. I probably don't need them necessarily, but having them in the Pacific right now, early in the game, probably not a terrible idea. Just to see if he decides to go into the Pacific with USA, then I have at least a starter fleet with which to defend and block some of the stuff. So I went ahead and did that. So, for my move here, so a couple of moves I'm going to do here. So this move here, I know he left 3 guys in Yakut up here, but because he doesn't have any fighters in range, this is not really a threat if I take Barry. So I'm going to take Barry. I'm going to use 2 guys from here. I'm going to use an infantry and tank. Go to 62, drop them here. I'm going to use the battleship and bombard. I am going to take this guy and 3 of these guys and this artillery and this fighter and kill Anway. And then I'm going to take these 2 guys and 2 fighters and try to kill Burma. And then I'm going to go here, grab my artillery and 1 infantry. Go back to 61, drop them in Yunnan. And I'm going to use this artillery. And I'm going to use this fighter. And I'm going to use this battleship. Alrighty. And then for the final attack, we're going to do Pearl Harbor. So let me do that, cruiser, bomber, and fighter. All right, I think that's it. I think that's everything. All right. Strong, favorable. All right. Wow. Come on. All right. Combat was insane. He was getting hit back. I should do all the logs. My attacking fighters were absolute fucking garbage this entire turn. I mean, hot garbage. Unbelievably hot garbage. Oh man, this could get ugly. All right. So for the non-com, and the other thing he did is I like this play by him. He had the submerge when it was by itself. And so he's got a sub left over, and then when he attacks with all this stuff to kill my cruiser and my sub, he'll have a nice little cannon fodder if I do manage to get a hit, which is nice. We're going to land our... Oh, wait a minute. First thing we're going to do is move our carrier back over here. And then we're going to land on Wake with our fighter and our bomber. Let's see. Now these fighters here... Okay, this guy's moving up. These fighters are going to land in... Kwangtung, I guess. Okay, I guess I'll land them all in Kwangtung. And then this guy's coming down here to Kwangtung. Man, that was absolutely brutal. And this aircraft carrier is going to go... You know, no, I don't want him to attack that. I guess this aircraft carrier can go up there as well. And then we'll leave our destroyer there in 60. And we'll leave that destroyer in 61, even though we have a bunch of 2s. Could actually put it in 60, so we have 4 destroyers there and a transport. And actually, let's move this one up here. And then we'll leave that one there. Alright. But man, this is actually poor enough that he can actually attack and kill all these. That's not... I don't think he will. I don't know what he's going to do. But... Yeah, I really don't know. If he's going to retreat or what. We will have to see. Even this one here. I mean, it should be mine, but who knows with the dice. So that kind of blows. But anyway, that's going to do it for the non-com. And then for the mobilization, we are going to put our transport and our 2 destroyers in 60, and our infantry and our artillery in Japan. And that will be it. Alright, that's going to do it for Japan round number 1, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round 2. Alright, Germany round number 2. So United States, at the end of round 1, bought an aircraft carrier, 2 fighters, and a transport, and everything went into C-Zone 11. Well, I thought he bought only 1 fighter. 2 fighters, okay. So 1 went into Western United States. I'm sorry, Eastern United States, and 1 went into C-Zone 11. So this is all 100% KGF, Kill Germany First strategy. Combat, he sent his transports down here and took Morocco. And then he killed my stuff that I had in Pearl Harbor with no losses. And then he did the Yunnan play. So he lost an infantry, killed my guy though, and then landed his fighter in India. Not terrible for him. But not extraordinary either. The couple things that he did, I still can't figure out. With England, he dropped an aircraft carrier there with no fighters on it. And with America, he didn't throw a destroyer in C-Zone 13. So these are just completely unprotected. Now, the American destroyer here can kill this, but I'm going to try to kill both of these because, I mean, the payoff is just ridiculously good. This is going to be for sure dead. And if I get a surprise strike, this will be dead. And this is going to set him back 2 turns from invading France or anywhere else. I mean, he can go down to Morocco still with this, right, and start the Medshuk, which is probably what he's going to do. But I'm surprised he just gave me those for free. But maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's just sacking them. I don't think it would have cost him anything to move the destroyer over there, because, I mean, he could have. I just don't think. I think trading a destroyer for a sub is not a terrible trade, especially if you can save your transports. But he elected not to do that. And then Russia just bought 7 artilleries. And then he took Ukraine again, and he killed my transport. Which we figured he would, but that meant that he couldn't send a plane to, like, Bellow, right? So he couldn't do the Bellow. So my long-term goal, so basically with Germany, my next 3 moves are mapped out, right? So this turn, I'm going to move heavy into Karelia and recapture Ukraine. Round 3, I'm going to move into Archangel, which is going to get Russia to move out of West Russia. He's going to have to. Because I'm also going to supplement Karelia with more tanks, because I went ahead and bought 5 more tanks, 2 artillery, and 2 infantry. And this is the last round of buying tanks. It's all infantry and fighters and bombers from now on. So infantry for Europe from now on. But after this, but in round 3, I'll have 20 tanks on the board. And that'll be enough. My goal is to go into Archangel round 3, slide into West Russia round 4, because he's going to have to back out of it. And then do whatever I can to send, especially if he sends this stuff out of the Pacific, just send as much stuff as I can towards Moscow's back door and just start squeezing Moscow. That's the overall goal. I've planned the next couple turns with Germany and Japan. That's why you see these icons here. This is just letting me know that I need to put my fighters in these spots with Japan in round 2 so that they can land in Archangel in round 3. This play will not work without Japanese air support. So, and depending on what USA does in round 2, will dictate if I'm able to throw an industrial complex in round 3, or if I'm just going to have to buy, like, a little bit of Navy and some fighters with 6 infantry every time going over towards Russia. So, it's going to slightly change, but the idea is to push as far and as fast as I can, get into Kaz, get into Caucasus quickly, and then start producing with the Axis powers right here in the center of the map here. That's the idea. I don't know how successful it is. I don't do tank rushes. I generally don't, because I'm just not very good at them. But it feels like this is an opportunity for it, so I'm going to try it. And then over here, I don't know what to do with these troops. I can't attack this. I think I'm going to just back off into Algeria, see if he tries to take it with USA or tries to go this way. If I can get him to move his land units this way, and get him away from India, I like that. So we'll see. And then obviously if my sub survives here, the destroyer and the aircraft carrier is going to kill it in this round, round 2. But my sub in C-Zone 8, if it lives, of course, will be there. So, not bad. So anyway, I've talked long enough. So let's get some of these attacks done. So let's take a sub and kill this, and then we'll take a sub and hit this, and then we will take 2 infantry. And we'll take these 3 fighters. And these 3 fighters. Except if I do that, all my fighters will be in Poland. I'm just going to use 3 fighters. And leave 2 of them in, I'll put them in Karelia. So, that's pretty much it for the attacks. For this turn. Pretty much it. A lot of talking, not a lot of doing. So let's get this done. Okay, that's not unlikely. It's the same shot. It's 2 V versus a 2. All right. Okay. Great round of combat. And no losses. An immaculate round of combat. Now, granted, I only fought really 2 battles. But Surprise Strike worked here and killed the aircraft carrier for free. And killed 2 transports for free. Sub's going to die here, but well worth a trade. 2 transports for a submarine. I'll do that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Alright, so our fighters have to go into Poland. And then we are going to stack Karelia. Alright, I want to slide this guy up here and this guy over here. And then, do I need guys for Poland? I think I need a guy. Let me put 1 guy there and 2 guys there. I don't really want to, but... And then let me move... Should I move an A? Nah, I won't move the A gun. I'll leave it in Germany. And then these guys are going to move back. But what I'd like to do is leave 1 guy there so that he can't blitz his tank. He can pick up the tank and go over here and bombard. Or he can pick up the guy in the artillery. He can actually probably kill them both anyway. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's just move him back there so he has to move everything this way. Because like I said, if the tank goes over here, that means it's a couple of turns from getting back over to India. So, which would be okay. That would be a win. And then I'm going to have a fat stack in Karelia. And I guess I don't need... Well, yeah, I do. Because if he's going to try now, he's going to try to take both of these. I would think. I really probably need more... I probably need all 3 of them there. Yeah. I can't put them over here. Because I need to be able to at least have some cannon fodder to take these 2 territories back. I'll have some from Karelia, but I'm going to need a couple more in Poland. Let's see, how heavy is he going to take this? Oh, he's going to do it with 3 units. Is he going to need 3 units? He may not, because he may look at this. I might have enough stuff to kill this. I might. I don't think I will, though. I just don't think I will. But we'll have to do the math on it. Alright, let's get this done here. You know what? Let's do this. We'll take a risk. We'll send 1 guy that way and then 2 into Poland. I mean, bottom line, if once we move into Archangel, he's going to have to move this stuff back. So if we decide to move forward into Ukraine with the 5 tanks, maybe we'll do that instead. What about this guy here? Move that guy there. Okay. We already moved. Yeah, only 1 unit's going there, right? Okay. Yep. All right. I think we're done. Alrighty. 2 artilleries into Karelia, 2 infantry, and 5 tanks into Germany. Now, obviously, this is a risk because we're pretty thin in Germany now as far as land units, but we do have quite a bit of units in up here. So depending on what he does, I'll have to run the math on this, but depending on what he does, we may be able to, I don't know, who knows, we might be able to hit West Russia. I'll have to see. I would think he's going to trade these back, but I don't know. So anyway, that is going to do it for Germany round number 2, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 2. All right, Japan round number 2. So England, interestingly enough, just bought 3 fighters. 3 fighters, and they went to India. And then on his combat, he just blitzed Libya and took it back. And then he took Ukraine. He did an amphibious assault on Ukraine and didn't lose anybody and killed my 2 guys that were there. That's an interesting move. I don't know if he's doing that so it'll allow Russia to hit Bello now, or if he's going to add a couple of Russian troops in there now. I'm not exactly sure. But I need to put a lot of pressure on Russia and get him to pull back. And United Kingdom now has, I think, 8 fighters on the board. Yeah, he's got 4 in India, 2 in the Sea Zone in 16, 2 in Morocco, and he's got a bomber. He's got a really decent air force in round 2. And so I need to counter that. He didn't try to take India, Burma. But I think he'll do it next turn. But I'm going to be set up so that I can maybe hop and take India if I have to, if he decides to do that. So my purchases here were 4 infantry, 2 artilleries, and a fighter. And I'm banking 4 IPCs for next turn. I don't know what USA is going to do here, but I think he's going to flee and try to go to the Atlantic. I don't think he's going to stick around in the Pacific. So I should have unfettered access to just push as far and hard as I can towards Russia. If he does stick around, I'll have to deal with this, but I have a decent navy already. I got 4 destroyers, 2 battleships, a couple aircraft carriers, a bomber I can have in range. So, I should be okay. I've considered stacking Burma, but I'm not really going to do that because I can't stack enough unless I use fighters to keep him out of it. And like I talked about during Germany's turn, I want my fighters in range of Archangel because I'm going to move into Archangel with Germany this round. So I definitely want fighters to land in there. Obviously, the idea being I want him to retreat his West Russia troops into Russia, so I can pin him back. So we're gonna take these 2 guys and move them forward. We're gonna grab our tank and blitz here and move it forward. One of the things I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take Sing Kang light, because I want him to attack with these 3 infantry and move them down here instead of moving back towards Russia or back towards Archangel. I want him to go down here. Actually, if he goes into Archangel, that's not terrible because I can kill him. But I want him to not go straight back to Russia if I can help it. And then these 2 guys are going forward. And our artillery is going forward. And then we're going to kill Yunnan. So let's go Let's grab our artillery. And an infantry. Go to 61, drop it in Yunnan. We'll use our battleship to bombard. And then we will grab 2 more infantry. And go to 61, drop them in Yunnan. And use our other battleship to bombard. And then we will grab our Philippine stuff. Go to 61, drop it in Yunnan. And we'll use our fighters. Right? And we'll use our bomber. All right. That's everything we want to do. All right. Our fighters and our bomber will go back to Kwangtung. Our aircraft carrier will go to 62. Our destroyers will go to 48. This one will go to 48. And this aircraft carrier will go to 48. And this fighter will go to 62. This guy will move up into Burma. And that will be it for this round. Our fighter will go into 62. Our 4 infantry and our 2 artillery will go into Japan. Alright, so Japan has 41 to spend. Next turn we can get rid of both of these because we put the stuff that we needed. And these fighters are both in range of Archangel, which is where they're going, especially if USA moves his fleet out of here. I'll probably have to move them there anyway. So India, we're not even worrying about India. It's just this is kind of it's a feint. I'm not going to do anything. He can go this way if he wants, but I don't think if he goes this way, I think he knows I can grab the stuff and go here and kill India. But I don't really care if he thinks that, because we're going to go straight towards Moscow. So anyway, that is going to do it for Japan round number 2, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 3. All right, Germany round number 3. So United States, they just bought 3 artilleries, 3 infantry, 2 transports, and a destroyer, and everything went on the east coast of America. And then he killed my submarine in Sea Zone 13 and landed some fighters in Morocco and an AA gun in Morocco. So he's even more solidifying Africa, but he's only got 1 transport here with America. So all this shit here, he's got 2 units that can leave. So, I mean, it is what it is. And then Russia did the 4 infantry, 3 artilleries purchase, took Bellow, and then he backed off everything out of West Russia. I think I had odds on it. I'm pretty sure I had odds on West Russia. If he did not back this off. So he opted to back it off 1 turn early and went back into Russia, which is fine. My original play was to go to Archangel and then to West Russia and then to Caucasus, but it's going to speed me up by a turn. So I'm going to go to West Russia this turn and the Caucasus next turn. And then it's all going to be about getting Japan as close as possible into Russia. Oh, the other thing he did with USA, he didn't move this fleet at all. He left it here. I guess maybe to harass Japan, but maybe to have me think about stuff. But really, I think I have enough Navy right now to fight this off. So I'm not even going to sweat it. And because he moved everything back and I don't have to move an Archangel, I really don't need these fighters. For Archangel, 4 fighters, these 4 fighters in Kwangtung will be enough to hold West Russia. To the tune of like 90-something%. 97%. So all I did with Germany was buy 14 infantry. It's all about land units now. I've got my tanks, and it's all about land units now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take 1 infantry and our 2 fighters, and we're going to go after Archangel, and then we're going to take 2 infantry, 3 tanks, and a fighter, and go into Ukraine, and then we're going to take our 2 fighters, our infantry, and 2 more tanks into Bello. And then everything else is going into West Russia. And then we're going to move 1 infantry and the tank. These are all going to die, but at least he'll have to spread out his forces. Alright, I think that's all I want to do. Yeah, I think that's all I want to do. Alright, let's run it and see how it goes. Ah, Lord. Alright, combat was interesting, to say the least. He got all kind of hitbacks. Couldn't take Archangel. Oh, that's fucking rich. I could not take Archangel. All my fighters are going back in Archangel. We're going to move these guys forward. 1 AA gun. We're going to move our sub over to C-Zone 3. God, that is so bad. That is just terrible. And of course we didn't fucking kill this. So now I'll probably have to use Japan to kill it. I was originally not going to, but now I think I will. But who knows if it'll even work. Man, that's rough. Alright. Two infantry go there, 2 infantry go into Italy, and 10 infantry go into Germany. And let me just leave a note for myself here. Just to remind myself to throw Japanese fighters in there. And actually, let's see here. Oh, I did do it with 14. Okay. So it's a 97%. I already anticipated that I wouldn't kill this guy. Amazingly enough. I should have killed him, but didn't work. Alright. So that is going to do it for Germany round number 3. Oh, fuck. I really hate having tanks by themselves with no infantry cover at all. But that's what we have, gentlemen. Man, that is just fucking bad. Alright. It is what it is, though. So, we're still in a decent position, I think. Let me look at the war report. 197 to 180. Got a little bit of a lead, but not a lot. And he's going to start landing in France and Italy, probably. So, that lead's going to evaporate really quickly. But once we take and hold the Caucasus, we can start producing and bombing the shit out of Russia until they submit. And that will be the strategy from now on. So that's going to do it for Germany round 3. And I will see you guys back for Japan round number 3. All right, Japan round number 3. So United Kingdom, he bought 2 fighters, a tank, and a transport. The 2 fighters and the tank went to India, and the transport went into C-Zone 8. So if we look at that real quick, he's got 2 transports now in C-Zone 8, another one in C-Zone 9, and one in 17. This is going to be protected. So what USA is going to do is he's going to take 2 units, or 1 or 2 units, go to C-Zone 8 with his Navy here, and land in northwestern Europe. That way I can't use my 5 fighters on C-Zone 8 to kill his transports with the sub. So, can't do that. We'll have to punch him out of there, but that's not that big of a deal. But now this is going to be a problem, because he's going to start landing. He can start taking Karelia. This is going to be a major problem for Germany. So I'm anticipating probably an artillery, a tank, and an infantry will go into Algeria. And then maybe one guy will take northwestern Europe. Because then these guys will set up in 10 to either go up north to Finland or to go into France. Which is, he's got it set up pretty good. I ran the math on India. I could take India this turn with a very high percentage if I use all my fighters and my bomber. But if I do that, West Russia will not have enough of a defense. West Russia needs Japanese fighters. He only will have a 40% chance to knock out West Russia without the Japanese fighters. But with the fighters, he's got a big chance. I haven't done it with 3 fighters. Let me see with 3 fighters. 95, 94. Maybe I'll send them all. And what do I do? 3 fighters would be a 95% to defend. Let's see. What does he get in 1 round? That might be good for him to do it in 1 round. First round of combat, he loses 14 infantry. And I would lose 10 out of my 11 infantry. That's not a bad trade. He'd still have 15 artilleries. I don't know. I think I'm going to land the fighters. That's without the fighters, right? That's with only 3 fighters. So I'm going to land 4 fighters into West Russia. And the bomber as well, if the bomber survives bombing raid. And that way, I still lose 10 infantry in 1 round. Jeez. That's a lot. Anyway, alright. So my purchase here, and So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually stack caucuses with Germany next turn and play the economic game. So, which means I got to take all these territories from England and then move my way over to Africa if I can, take India if I can, and squeeze them and slowly squeeze Russia out at the same time. So I went ahead and bought an industrial complex for the mainland. Probably going to put it in Kwangtung. I like Kwangtung. I know it's one less unit that you can produce, but it gives you an extra C zone to deploy stuff. And I like having that extra C zone. If you put it in Manchuria, you're not getting any additional deployment area of sea power. So I kind of like putting them in Kwangtung. So, and then I bought enough land units to fill my transports, and I bought an extra transport because I'm going to start using that one for expansion. Right? Okay. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to take this. We're going to take this. We're going to send these 2 units and our 4 fighters in there. We're going to bomb Russia. And we are going to take our destroyers and our battleships down to 49. All right. So let's get that done. Alright, combat was great except we lost the bomber, of course. So, 4 fighters are going to land in West Russia. What a joke. No bombing, not even 1 raid. That's fucking hilarious. We're going to send that there. We're going to send 1 infantry up there. We're going to move these 2 guys back. Keep 1 there in Burma. We're going to send an aircraft carrier into 49 with 1 of the fighters. We're going to send the other fighter into Kwangtung. And then we're going to go and grab our land units. Go back to 61, drop them in Yunnan. And actually, let's move this carrier down here to 61, and we'll move our fighter. We'll move 1 here. The other one down here. I don't think that there's any units that can actually reach 61, but I don't even want to take the chance that I've miscounted or I haven't seen a bomber somewhere, because that would suck. I do my best not to leave unguarded transports if I can help it. I did the math on this bomber. This bomber can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and it can't land anywhere. Fighter can go 1, 2, 3. It can't even get there. So I'm hoping that this fleet here in 49 drives this fleet out of here. But we'll see what he's going to do. That fucking sucks to lose the bomber. Russia only has 24 bucks, so I could have kept him from buying 8 units this turn, but now he's going to at least buy 8 infantry, which sucks, but that's the way it goes. So that's going to do it for Germany 3. Let me finish my non-com here and mobilize. We're going to throw the industrial complex into Kwangtung. We're going to throw the transport into C-Zone 60 and the infantry and artillery into mainland Japan. All right. That is going to do it for Japan round number 3, and I will see you guys back for Germany round number 4. All right, Germany round number 4. So United States, interestingly enough, bought 3 infantry and artillery, 2 transports, and a fighter, and everything went into the east coast of America. His combat, he attempted Libya or Algeria and lost everything, including a fighter. My artillery and my infantry fought him off, which was nice. I mean, it was nice to get that last bit of kill. UK is going to take this anyway, but that was kind of a nice little last stand by my Germans. And then he did what we expected and dropped 1 guy in Northwestern to prevent the fighters from attacking Sea Zone 8 here with the submarine. And now he's got 2 of my territories here. This is going to be an interesting turn. So, and then he moved his fleet from 53 up to 57 and dropped his planes in Midway instead of Hawaii. I'm not sure what that does except give them range of Sea Zone 60. Which just means I can't put transports unprotected there anymore. He has no transports for America here, so Japan is under no threat. This Navy really isn't enough. I have enough Navy down here to deal with it. I put a little note to myself. My Navy is going to meet this transport in Sea Zone 50, and we're going to start taking Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, and start taking money from England. And then we'll deal with that when we get to Japan's turn. He also sent the Australia fighter into India, which we thought he would do. The interesting thing is this. So I have done the math. I can stack the Caucasus. Oh yeah, and Russia did nothing. Russia just bought 8 guys, which we thought he would, and mobilized them all into Russia. So it would have been nice if our bomber hadn't died and he could have killed a couple of points. But now he has odds on, sort of, odds on my West Russia stack. Not really. This entire stack is going to be in the Caucasus at the end of this turn. Now he will have odds on it unless I can get the Japanese fighters here. Now if you look at what he's done here, he's got 2, 4, 6, 8 United Kingdom fighters that are in range of West Russia. So here's my dilemma, if it were. I can stack this, but if I just leave the fighters there by themselves, 8 fighters, even if he loses all of his United Kingdom fighters, if he loses all of his United Kingdom fighters, but he kills all my Japanese fighters, Russia will have a 78% chance to wipe the Caucasus, and that will effectively end Germany's game. So I'm going to have to do what I can to prevent that from happening, or make it so costly that he won't do it. And I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try it anyway because I need to get the Caucasus stacked so I can start producing in the Caucasus, take away Russia's money, and stack it up for Germany. So all I did for Germany was buy 6 infantry and 6 artillery. And I am going to stack the Caucasus, but I'm also going to leave a couple German fighters in West Russia. So I'm gonna sacrifice them if need be to try to prevent or to try to kill as many United Kingdom fighters as I possibly can, if he decides to go for that play. Because he has no United Kingdom land units, so it's going to be costly for him if he does it, because every one of my fighters that hits is going to be killing one of his planes. So I know attacking fighters are garbage. You know attacking fighters are garbage when I play them, but when other people play them, sometimes they hit like a champ. So I don't like that, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to play the odds. If any of my Japanese fighters survive, the odds are significantly better for the Caucasus to hold. Even 3 planes make it a 30% battle for Russia, which I'm not sure he'll even take that. So first thing we got to do, and the other thing we're going to do is, so the Caucasus, I don't necessarily want to protect this heavy. So I'm going to drop my sub into C-Zone 5. With my sub in C-Zone 5, the transport cannot go into the Caucasus because it has no supporting navy. So Baltic is safe and Karelia is safe. I'm sorry, I probably said the Caucasus. I meant to say Karelia. I'll kill this American. The Americans won't have anything in range of the Caucasus. But they can still go up to Finland, Norway, which I'm sure they're going there. So I just got to remember to move my sub into C-Zone 5 to prevent the Caucasus and Baltic from being attacked by United Kingdom this turn only. So first thing I'm going to do is we're going to take the Caucasus. And then we're going to take 2 guys from there. And 2 planes. We're going to take 2 guys from Germany. And 1 plane. And we're going to attack both of those. Man, I didn't even think of that. I could have used all my fighters to kill that. I don't think it's worth it. Alright. Alrighty. Thought about taking Archangel. But I need the 3 guys. I want to make sure I put 3 infantry in West Russia to protect the planes. It's going to be thin. I don't know what how he's going to respond, but we'll see if he takes that battle. It'll be a very interesting game if he takes it. So let's run this. Well, let's see. These 2 fighters can go somewhere. No, I don't want him to go anywhere. I don't want him to go anywhere because I got to keep him in West Russia. If I was able to do 1 guy and kill this, I would send the 2 fighters here. But I really want 3 infantry here at the end of the turn. So I'm not going to do that. So let's run these and hope they're successful. Alright. Alright, for the non-com. Sub is going into C-Zone 5. Our fighters are going into Germany. Everything from West Russia is going into the Caucasus as well as these tanks. Now, these 2 guys are going into West Russia. Our Bello guys going into West Russia. 2 German fighters are going into West Russia. These 2 guys, the AA gun, will go into Karelia. And then our 8 dudes. I want to send all 8. Or just 5. Let's do 6. We'll send 6 dudes north. We'll keep 2 in Germany. And then we'll send this fighter into Baltic. Right? I think that's it. hope I didn't mess this up. Let me see what this is going to be here. Okay, 3 guys and 2 fighters are going in there. Yep. Okay. All right. All right. This is going to be interesting. I know we're risking the German fighters because I'm going to have to move. I'm going to have to move my Japanese fighters into the Caucasus on their turn. So there's only going to be 3 Germans and 2 guys and 2 planes here, which will be killed by the Russians most likely, but at least they'll get some, hopefully they'll get some hitbacks. And it won't be an easy conquer. So we are going to take 2 of the artilleries and put them in Karelia. And then we're going to put 4 and 6. Well, let's see here. Yeah, we'll give him Italy. Alright, this is going to get real ugly real fast. But I should have enough money. I should have enough money to start buying a shit ton of stuff for the Caucasus. And, hopefully, Russia won't have enough money to respond. Ideally, I'll move the Kazakh guys in the Caucasus with this tank from Sinkang. And 5 fighters, 1 from 61 and 4 from West Russia. That's the ideal stack for the Caucasus. It may not be able to, depending on what England does. England may use tanks to kill this, but then he's probably going to use fighters, I would think. But maybe not. And then this is the play here. If he attacks with all 8 of his fighters, we'll see how that fares. That could be the battle that decides the game. Like I said, if he kills all these Japanese fighters, he's got odds on wiping out the Caucasus. So, it's going to be interesting. Anyway, that's it for Germany round number 4. And I will see you guys back for Japan round number 4. Alright, Japan round number 4. So United Kingdom bought 10 infantry and a destroyer. I'm sorry, 10 infantry and a transport. 3 infantry went into India. 7 infantry went into the United Kingdom. And the transport went into C-Zone 8. So he has his full complement of transports now to start shuffling United Kingdom troops. And then he took Italy and France. Now, I fully believe his intention is to use these 6 United States units and maybe the fighters to stack France. France is going to get real ugly real fast. Now, I have a counter. So if he takes Northwestern out and uses some of his stuff here, and he doesn't completely stack France, I have enough to hit it. Even if he stacks it, I think I have enough to hit it and kill it. Which I might have to do. But if he stacks it completely with all of the stuff, I may have to do a play where I take Italy back light, move these guys, retreat them back to Germany, buy a bunch of artillery, and plan to repel him later. But this is going to get so ugly because he's actually got follow-up. And now he's going to be dropping 8 units a turn in Europe everywhere. So this is going to get sick pretty fast. He moved his fleet from the USA. The more I think about it, he just wants me to not do the Alaska play. Which he thinks this transport's going to Alaska. It's not. It never was. But it's a good idea to defend his coastline. Probably a good idea, but this fleet is a nothing burger right now. It's not really even a nuisance because he has no transports. Okay. But the bigger issue is India. So, because I went and stacked this, and this is going to get ugly fast, I got to knock Russia out of the game soon, or knock India out and squeeze United Kingdom's money. So I'm going to set up to do one of 2 things, either take Australia or hit India next turn. We're going to stack Burma this turn because he did not attack it. We're going to take Persia. And we're going to land a bunch of fighters in the Caucasus. And then we're also going to set up for a round 5 double whammy of India. We could do a 1-2. Because if we take and hold Persia, he's got nothing with America that can take it back. Nothing with Russia that can take it back. Nothing to prevent the 17 German tanks from killing India. So we can do that and then back out into Germany and just take India and then, I don't know, make the game go a lot longer. Or we can try to have Japan take it and then set up to crush Moscow, which, as we do our best to defend Germany, which is probably the better play. So I bought with Japan 6 more infantry, a fighter, and a bomber. That's in preparation for a couple things. We're either going to start bombing the shit out of Russia, even though we lost our first bomber, but we're going to have 7 fighters in range of India at the end of the turn. Obviously, the math we do right now is kind of meaningless. The math I have right now, if I set it up right and he only buys 3 infantry, I'm going to kill it. No problem. Real easy. But he could also land, let's see, 4 more English fighters in there. And that would stop me. Oh, I still fucking take it. 82%. 47% conquer. Huh. That might be... Ooh, that might be worth it. That might actually be worth it. Or we can just hit a 1-2 with Germany. So it's going to be interesting. We have options anyway. We have options. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to move these 2 guys down here. And we're going to use 2 fighters and attack Persia. And then we're going to use the other 2 fighters and all 3 of these guys and attack Vologda. Our tank is going into Caucasus with our planes. Our Caucasus defense, with the extra tank and 5 fighters, should be 93%. 93% I'll take. If he wins that battle, like I said, time to uninstall. Oh, let's see what else. I think that's all the attacks we're going to do. Believe it or not. It's really not a long turn. It's going to be interesting to see if he trades this by killing my German fighters and how weak he leaves Russia. Because he can only buy 5 infantry for Russia. I don't quite have odds on it yet, but I might have enough to punish. So we'll have to see. So let's run this. Strong, strong. Alright, combat was pretty good. We only lost 1 infantry in the entire turn, and that was in Vologda. So our 2 fighters are going to fly to the Caucasus. Our other 2 fighters are going to fly to the Caucasus. This fighter is going to fly to the Caucasus. Our tank is going to the Caucasus. Now this is our interesting move here. So because we won this and we have guys here, we're going to move. I'm going to move these guys into Sinkang instead of Novo. Now he can trade this. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move a guy there and an artillery up there. Let him try to trade. He'll probably just use the tank to take that one. But he could use the tank and the 2 guys and the fighters to try to crack this. But that's alright. We're now going to move these guys on either side of India. Alright, our transport is going to go here, pick up this guy, and go to 48 and drop him in the Philippines. I originally wanted to meet in the Caroline Islands and have him pick up both of these, and so I'd have 2 guys here. But if I set up my fleet in 48, I can use the fleet, the battleships, and the fighter to hit India. And I can even use the extra infantry to hit India, which gives me a tremendous attack advantage. I got to run the math on just the 17 German tanks and see if I can just win this outright and just back off. Oh man, and then just send all of my shit. Man, I wonder if I should just send them here. Hang on a second, I'm gonna run the math. Man, okay, so with just the 17 tanks, it's like a 90-something% to cap this. If he doesn't kill my 2 fighters in West Russia, it's 99 with 2 fighters and 9 tanks left over. Wow, man, that's something to consider. But if I do that, I'd have to move these guys forward because the tanks would be so far out of position that Russia could advance. But if these guys were here, that means I'd have to commit to doing it this turn for sure. I would have to do it. I think it's better if Japan takes it and then Germany cleans it up if I don't, with a minimal amount of tanks, if it doesn't win. So we'll stack this. We'll hit it with Japan in round 5. And then if anything lives, Germany can hammer it into submission if we want to do it that way. Of course, if he takes Persia, I won't have anything in range of Persia except a tank. So we are going to move this over here. Just so we'll have the capability of taking Persia. If he takes it light. And then we'll be able to... Well, we won't be... I don't know. Man, that's going to be tempting. That's going to be real tempting. If he takes his American fighters out of there, if he just abandons the fighters, it's a 99%. Let me get away from there. That's only 76. Yeah, I probably won't do the German. I probably won't do the German assault just because 75 to conquer, but tanks will be out of position. Only 5 will be left. And I'll probably need them. Because if I play this correctly, I should be able to at least take this in a turn or 2. Alright, so we're going to move our fleet into 48. We already moved that transport. And then these 3 transports are going to go here. Grab our artillery and our infantry. And go back here and drop them in Yunnan. Okay, let me do something else here. What if the fighter is here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's do that. Let's move this fighter to 61. Because we don't need it. He's got, what, a fighter in range of this? That's it? All right. Oh, he's got 2 more fighters. He'd hit this with 2 fighters. Oh, no, he has no aircraft carriers. Never mind. He has no aircraft. I keep thinking that there's an aircraft carrier here, but there's not. So he has no aircraft carrier, so that can't work. All right. Did I move all the guys? Yes, I did. Okay. Our bomber goes into Japan. Our fighter goes into Sea Zone 61. And our 6 infantry go on the mainland, Japan. If we want to, these 2 fighters can go to the Caucasus to help defend if we need them to. We may not need them to. This actually is pretty thin. You could bust out. Might even send the tank over here. But that's fine. I'm not really worried about the snipe necessarily. At least not yet. Even though he does have 8 out of 10 victory cities, but pretty soon he's probably not going to have India anymore. So, oh, and this tank also can hit this if he doesn't take Persia. He's going to have to take Persia. So he's going to lose some of these guys here. Because he's going to have to take Persia. So he can only put like a couple guys in there. And that's good. So anyway, that's going to do it for Japan, round number 4. I'll see you guys back for Germany, round number 5. All right, Germany, round number 5. So, USA bought 6 infantry, a fighter, a transport, and 2 artilleries, and everything went into the East Coast of the United States. And then he landed in northwestern Europe and killed my 2 infantry with no losses. I'm a little surprised by that. I thought he would stack France for sure. I mean, that's okay. And I guess next turn he's going to have, 6 more units. So he's going to have 8 infantry and 4 artilleries, and he can land some planes there. But I think I'll have enough to defend. It's going to be, I mean, obviously he's getting footholds here, which is good for him, but I think I can defend it. Right now I'm not stressed out about it. It could get ugly real soon. But right now I'm not stressed. But if he does decide to go north, I'm going to be a little bit stressed by that. And like I said, everything mobilized into the East Coast. And then Russia, all they did was buy 5 infantry. Bought 5 infantry, and then he took Novo because I didn't have anybody there. And then he actually sent 7 units. Sent 4 infantry, 2 fighters, and 3 artilleries to attack West Russia to kill my 2 German fighters and 3 guys that were there. And I killed everything except for his fighters and 1 artillery. So hey, it's a trade of 29 IPCs to 20, but I certainly can afford the 29 a lot more than he can afford the 20, especially since he's down now to 12 production. So to me, that's a win. I know it was a risk, and it sucks losing the German fighters, but realistically, I don't think in the grand scheme of things it's that big of a deal. The other issue here is India. So the first thing I'm going to do, like every turn from here on out, is look for the snipe, right? Because he's got so many units encroaching on all the cities. I got to make sure I don't get sniped. So right now he's got 8 cities out of the 10 that he needs. All right. This turn he could take Karelia, which would give him 9. And then I don't see any other city that he can take. He's got no transports in the Pacific, so none of these cities are in danger. And I'm going to take Italy back and France back this turn, and then we can trade those if he wants. But regardless, the most he can get is 9. If he gets both of these back and Karelia by the end of the turn, which he could possibly do. And that'll be real interesting, because what he could do is stack. He could stack all 9, but you know what? India's going to fall. Not this turn, but I'm calculating next turn India's going to fall. It all is going to depend on what India does, what United Kingdom does this turn with India. If he goes forward or if he goes to Persia, that's what's going to dictate what happens. But I think I'm going to be in position to hit it in round 6 and kill it. So first thing I'm going to do is take 1 tank, and I'm going to take Transjordan. And then I'm going to take 1 infantry and take Archangel. I'm going to take my other infantry and my 2 artilleries and take West Russia back. I'm going to take 1 artillery and 1 infantry and 1 fighter and hit Italy. And then I'm going to take 2 artilleries and 3 infantry and my other 2 fighters, and I'm going to take France back. So, I calculated my Germany defense against the 1-2. From now on, the other thing I'm going to do from now on is all my key territories, Caucasus, Germany, and right now India. I'm running calculators on all these defenses every single turn before I do anything. So I can see if I move this tank out of here, it's going to increase Russia's odds of killing it, but because I'm going to wait a turn, I'm going to have extra fighters there from Japan. And so we're going to be okay. Let's see what else. And then I got to figure out Germany, because he's going to start stacking France, and he actually he's got a decent amount where he can start stacking this stuff. Like if he wants, instead of attacking, he could stack Northwestern with all this shit and have a lot of stuff there. And that would probably give me problems, but if that's the case, I'll have a large number of Japanese fighters that I can use to defend Germany. And I'll also have 2 turns of buying, see, what's my money? 31. I should have 40, 43, 44, 45 again. So I should be able to buy a shitload of more units. But those are the battles I'm taking. I did the math on France. France is a 92% to take, and I really got to take that one. And then I did the Germany defense. If I did the math right, obviously you never know. If I did the math right, so let's run this and see what happens. Alrighty, let's do it. Okay, combat. Combat was interesting. So, all of my guys hit in West Russia with no hitbacks. All of my guys hit in Italy with no hitbacks. They didn't all hit, but they killed them. And then, of course, France. It took me 3 rounds, and I lost everything except 1. Artillery, which that kind of sucks. But anyway, our fighters are going back. Our AA gun is going down here. Now, we bought 9 artilleries and 3 infantry to start the turn. So I've calculated that I need, for Germany's defense, an AA gun, 10 infantry, 6 artillery, and 3 fighters. So 5 artillery are going to go in there. And I can move, and I can put 3 infantry. So I can move 3 guys into Germany and 3 guys into Karelia. Which, that's all that's going to do is make it harder to take if he decides to hit it with USA. USA can still probably take it. But he's going to have to move his fleet into C-Zone 5. Which opens him up to my 5 fighters here in the Caucasus. The Caucasus is a ridiculously important territory. It's at the center of the board, and if you can stage air power there, you can dominate a lot of regions of the board. It's really, really, really a good territory to keep. So I should have, let's see, let me look at this real quick and look at my movement here. 3 infantry and 3 fighters are moving in there. Well, I already have what? Oh, 4 infantry and 3 fighters, and then, okay. So I've got 7 infantry and 3 fighters. So I need to put 3 infantry and 5 artillery in there. So I'm good. All right. And then the other thing I'm going to do, 2 things. I'm going to throw the sub into C-Zone 8. And that's just so if he decides not to disengage the sub and engage in combat here, he's not going to be able to move after the fact and like stack anything. Well, he can disengage. If he doesn't, if he engages in combat, he can't move anything. If he doesn't, then I'll have the sub, and the same thing will go for America. But America probably will. I don't know. But anyway, it's going to be a pain in the butt for him, so that's why I'm putting it in there. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move 3 infantry into Persia to sandwich India. Now, he can go this way, but it's going to cost him. He can go this way, it's going to cost him. And really, I think by the end of next turn, I should be able to take India. I think he has to deal with this tank as well. Because if he doesn't do it, it's going to go into Africa and start taking African territories. So he's probably going to want to deal with that. So he's going to have to risk a plane on it, unless he uses a tank in a plane, which will get rid of this unit. And after this unit leaves, hopefully my tank gets a hit back. But if it doesn't, I'll have to deal with the tank. But I'll have infantry here to kill it. So, oh man, I think that's all I want to do. Right? I think that's all I want to do. 110. God, I hope I did the math right on this. 2 fighters, 3 fighters, a bomber. I don't know if I did the math right on it. And my Caucasus defense. 8 infantry. Oh yeah, but I'm going to mobilize 6 there. 17 tanks, and I'll have 7 fighters at the end. Okay. At the end of Japan's turn, I'm projecting, so. Alright, I think we're good. Alrighty, we're putting 4 artillery into the Caucasus. We're putting 5 infantry and 5 artillery and 3 infantry into Germany. How did I do the math wrong? I thought I had 45. Oh no, I did the math wrong. It is 44. All right. All right. That's going to be the end of Germany, round number 5. It's going to be really interesting to see what he does with India. India's dead. India's going to be dead. So it's only a matter of time before India dies. And probably sooner than later. And then once I do that, I can focus on taking Africa, squeezing United Kingdom's money, and just building up Germany and defending Japan. So after round 5, I feel pretty good about our position. But we'll see. Things can change rapidly in this game. So I may have mistaken somewhere, or he could get really good dice. But we'll have to see when that happens. So anyway, that's going to do it for Germany round number 5. I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 5. All right, Japan round number 5. So England bought 2 fighters, 5 infantry, and 2 artilleries, which he put into United Kingdom, except for 1 infantry that he mobilized to India because he moved into Persia with everything else. Landed his fighters in, 2 of them went to Sea Zone 15, and then the other ones went to United Kingdom. So, because he's obviously setting up to hit Germany here. And USA's coming too. He's starting to get, he's all in to try to take Germany, which is good for him. I'm going to have to do something to stop that. But it does speed up my timeline here, because I'm going to be able to walk into India now. So now it becomes a race to see if we can take out Moscow before he takes Germany, and vice versa, or if I can repel him and get enough troops in there to prevent him from taking it. So I'm going to do a couple of things here. Also, because USA is just doing all this, I needed to get him thinking about this so that he delays a little bit in sending more troops to Europe. So I'm going to threaten... my plan is I'm going to take Hawaii in 2 turns. Actually, 3 turns. Not this turn, not next turn, but the next turn after that. And in the meantime, we're going to threaten Africa and threaten Australia, and then put as much pressure on Moscow as possible. So we went ahead and bought 3 more transports, a tank, an artillery, and 2 infantry. And the way we're going to work this turn is we are going to grab 1 guy, go to 47, grab another guy, go to 46, and hit Australia with a battleship, 1 battleship. We are going to walk into India. Let me see if a bomber increases my chances of getting a 1 round. It's the same. All right. So I'm not going to risk my bomber on India, which I was going to, but I'm not going to. But I will grab... let's see. 2 guys. No, you know what? Yeah, we'll grab 2 guys, or 4 guys. And we'll go over there with 2 transports and drop them in India. And then we're going to take an artillery and a guy and our 5 fighters and take Novo. And I think that's it. I think that is it. right. All right, let's run this. Alright, combat was mixed. India didn't go as well as I expected. I was hoping to one round him, but it took me 2 rounds. 14 guys, or 18 units, couldn't get 4 hits in 1 round. Which really sucks, because I actually ran the math on this. On, if he wants to double back, right? If he wants to double back and hit this with the 7 infantry, the 2 tanks, and the 4 fighters, he actually has like a 30% chance to take this back. Believe it or not. But I think I'm going to use Germany to maybe strafe this and get it down to a more manageable number. Our 5 fighters are going to go back to the Caucasus. We're going to send these fighters over to the Caucasus. We're going to send our bomber over to the Caucasus. Bomber here is great. If he decides to go and drop transports in C-Zone 3 without protection, bomber can kill it. Which is really nice. If he goes into C-Zone 5, the entire Air Force, 7 fighters and a bomber will have range of C-Zone 5. So depending on how much he moves in there, we should have a decent attack on that as well. We're going to move these guys forward. Alright, now this is what we're going to do. We're going to send an aircraft carrier down here. I looked. I don't see anything that he has in range. These fighters here can only go 1, 2, 3, and then they can't go anywhere else. The aircraft carrier can't go in here. And America can't take it back. And even if England takes this during his turn, the canal will stay closed until the next turn. He can't just take it and go through there. I learned that the hard way one time. I thought I could take it and then let the guy go through, and it doesn't work like that. You have to have a complete turn. Okay, what else? Alright, so now our battleship, these 4 destroyers, this aircraft carrier, and this transport are going into C-Zone 60. I want him to know that this is coming to Alaska, because I want him to move guys back this way. I really do, just to stop the flow of guys going this way. Let's see here. I think that's all we want to do for the non-com. Right? Right. Alright, mobilization. Our fighters going into 60. 3 transports into 60. 1 artillery and 1 infantry into 60. And then a tank and an infantry. Ooh, wait a minute. What did I do wrong? Did I save any money? 3 transports. A fighter, an infantry, and an artillery. All right. 1 infantry. And then 1 there, and a tank there. Okay, I think that's better. Let me look at the mobilization there. 3 transports and a fighter going in there. And going in here, an infantry and an artillery. Yeah, okay. That'll be 8. Okay, that's right. And then we'll either drop all 8 guys into Alaska, depending on what he does. If he moves stuff back here, we'll just take this with 1 guy. Or 2 guys. And then we'll just keep everyone else on the transports, and then we'll hit Hawaii with all the rest of the shit. So he'll be able to block for a turn, but in fact, we may take 2 turns, and we may just attack this and kill it. So we'll see. All right. All right, Japan's up to 48, which is pretty good. And then we may have to just run the math on this and strafe it to the point where he can't take this back. But I don't want to lose too many guys from the Caucasus. So, but Germany's going to be in trouble soon because he's coming. If he decides to go north, that's going to be a problem for me. So this is still, the game is far from over. I feel like I'm in a good position, but the game really is far from over. So that's going to do it. But I am going to take. So I'm threatening Africa here now. And I can send a fighter down here to protect against these 2 fighters. Next turn when I start landing guys in Africa. And actually, I don't even care if I sack the transports, as long as the guys land in Africa. Japan has enough money that I can even throw an industrial complex in Africa and start doing this. But if he recognizes this is coming for Africa, then he may send some Americans down to Africa, which is even better. Let him focus on getting away from Europe and getting down to Africa or getting in the Pacific. Because now it's just a matter of time for me to squeeze out Russia. So anyway, that is going to be the end of Japan round number 5. And I will see you guys back for Germany round number 6. All right, Germany round number 6. So United States, sorry, wrong one. United States bought 4 tanks, an infantry, and artillery, and a fighter. The 4 tanks, infantry, and artillery went into western United States. The fighter went into eastern United States. For his combat, he landed in Finland and Norway with his 2 transports here. Interestingly enough, he did not send any defensive units up here to protect these 2 transports. Now, that could be a number of reasons. Either nobody's ever done the carrier drop on him, which I don't have the money to do it with Germany. Germany is going to have to be very careful in order to survive. Or he doesn't know the range of this bomber here in the Caucasus can actually hit this and kill it. So, the way I'm looking at this board, and hang on a second here. Oh yeah, and then my destroyer got killed, but the destroyer the sub took out a destroyer. So he got a defensive 1, which is great. And then Russia just bought 4 infantry, and then he expanded. He took West Russia, and he took Archangel, which I'm kind of shocked by, but he did it. Russia's still only making $11. Excuse me. Still only making $11. So now he can only buy 3 infantry for Russia. So Russia Russia is going to be in a bad way itself pretty soon. I did mention last time that I did the math, and actually the United Kingdom has the ability to double back on my India take here, using these guys, and for the fighters, he can actually conquer that 30%. I don't think he'll do it, but I'm going to further prevent him from doing it by strafing Persia. So I'm going to hit Persia pretty heavy, hoping to get a lot of hits in one round, but not 9 hits. And then if for some reason I accidentally take it, and I get 9 out of 13 hits, which I would be shocked, then I'll have to abandon the Caucasus, right? If I don't, and I just hit it heavy enough where his only play will be to move to Africa and not try to take India back, I think Japan is going to have to go into full production mode. So another industrial complex in Manchuria, and then just massive land units every single turn flooding Asia. And a fighter every single round into Germany until I can hold it. A couple of things that are going for me here. He doesn't have much follow-up with the United States. He's only got 2 units that can come in round 6. But he will have 8 units in round 7. So that's a problem. But I'm going to have 10 more units in Germany this turn, 10 more units next turn. So I'm going to have 20 units in Germany, 20 more. So I'm going to have 30 units. I think I can outproduce him, especially if I start taking away some of United Kingdom's money. The USA also moved his fleet down into 44 and landed a fighter on Australia. I may just sack this transport and take New Zealand. He has no transports to recapture it, so it'll probably be mine forever. And then I'll move the battleship off. I'm going to take probably Madagascar this turn. I might even take... I'll probably take I don't know. I'm gonna land in Africa though. I know I'm gonna land some units in Africa, so he's gonna start losing more money in Africa. So he's either gonna have to send United States down here, or try to send England down here. But he's gonna have to start dealing with this. I'm gonna start siphoning off his money. I did do the 1-2, and he can get a 94. I'm sorry, he'll get a 5% chance to win. If I land one Japanese fighter here in Japan's turn, which I will do that, and I'll start landing one every single turn. If he doesn't protect these transports, I'm going to kill him with his bomber. That will set him back a little bit at least. And so he won't be able to do like max units. What does he have now? He has 7 transports, so he can do 14 units. That'll cut it down to 10. Until he builds back up. So, but like I said, it's going to be Japan mass producing land units and flooding towards Russia, and then expanding as much as possible. These tanks will be in a good position to defend Alaska. So I'm only going to land a couple guys in Alaska to steal the money for one turn and make him go this way with his units and not over here. And then I'm going to take Hawaii, and then I may take Mexico and Central America. I don't know, but I'm going to have a decent amount of transports with me when I go. So we'll see how that expansion goes, but we're definitely going to expand out here, and we're going to start buying bombers with Japan also. That's our plan. Germany though is going to have to really put up a good defense. So all I did was buy 12 infantry and 2 artilleries, and then we're going to do a couple of attacks. I can't really hit France right now. I just don't have enough stuff, but I can take 2 units and my 3 fighters and take Finland back. And then I can take this guy here. And 1 infantry. And 2 artillery. And take West Russia back. And then for the strafe, we're going to do 4 infantry. And 9 tanks. Now, the 4 infantry, 9 tanks, there is a slight 2% chance I conquer the territory in 1 round. I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. And if I do, I'll have to readjust my my plans a little bit. But my plan is just to at least get, ideally, anywhere from 5 to 8 hits. Would be ideal. 5 to 8 hits. 50%, that would be 50% of my stuff, so that's asking a lot. But if that were the case, you won't have enough to take India, and I can just push forward with Japan with the land units. And then I'm going to back some of these tanks back into Poland so that they'll have strike capability on France or stacking capability on for Germany. Oh yeah, and then I'm going to take 1 guy and take Northwestern back. And I don't know if I want him to take... I want him to be able to take Karelia back. Yeah, he's going to be able to anyway, whether or not I have 1 guy there or if I have 2 guys there, so that's fine. And in fact, it's actually better if these units go this way than this way. Just letting me deal with it, so. Okay, I think that's all we want to do. Right now, let's just pray that these all go well. And let's run it. Let's see, what's my Caucasus defense here? I'll have 7 guys left. 4 artilleries, 1 AA gun. 13 tanks, 5 fighters, and a bomber. Okay, 96%. 21, 8, 1, and 2. Okay. Provided I kill West Russia, so let's run them. Strong, strong, strong. Captures, okay. Okay. Fucking combat was abysmal. I got 3 hits and he got 4. 9 tanks. 9 tanks and 4 dudes got 3 hits. And 7 dudes and 2 tanks got 4 hits. Oh, well. I didn't want to go. I actually ran the numbers real quick again. And that now, his likelihood of taking India is down to 5%. But I'm sure what he's going to do now is kill this and run those tanks into Russia. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I should have killed more. But anyway, it is what it is. I wish I did, but I was afraid if I went one more turn, then I'll get 7 hits and win it. I just didn't want to take the chance. So our 3 fighters are going back to Germany. We're going to move... of course, we lost too many units. I did have a % chance of... I had a % of only losing 3 fighters, 50-50. But of course I lost... Or I'm sorry, 3 infantry, but of course I lost 4. And then we're going to send... Let's see. That'll be 4 and 3. So our Caucasus defense will be 7 and 4. And 13. Yeah. All right, we're going to leave 14 tanks. Just to keep it at a 98%. So let's send 3 of the tanks back to Poland. All right. What else do I need to do? I think that's it. All right. We need to go 2 artillery and 2 guys. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go 4 guys. And we're going to go 2 artillery and 8 guys in Germany. So our Germany defense will be 17 infantry, 8 artillery, come on, get down there. 8 artillery and 3 fighters. And with 1 Japanese fighter, we keep it at 94. All right. That turn kind of sucked. I can't lie. That turn kind of sucked for Germany. All right. Anyway, that's going to do it for Germany round number 6. And I will see you guys back for Japan round number 6. All right. Japan round number 6. So... United Kingdom put a industrial complex in France, which that's not good for me. Bought a bomber, 2 infantry and artillery, an industrial complex, put it in France. I don't have enough stuff to knock it out yet. I think it's 30% battle with Germany. But I think I have enough to defend it. And I should have enough to keep putting it in there and make it very difficult for him to take Germany. But Russia's may be able to expand a little bit. Maybe. I also did some numbers. I ran Persia if I stack it heavy, and he can actually kill Persia with this stuff here, and I don't want him to. I want him to actually go back into Africa so I can just move towards Russia unfettered. So I'm going to do a couple things, hopefully to facilitate that. I went ahead and bought 3 infantry, a bomber, a fighter, and an industrial complex for Manchuria. So we're going to start heavy production with Japan. First thing we're going to do is make him pay for leaving unguarded transports. So those transports are dead. Second thing we're going to do is take 2 infantry and 5 fighters and kill Persia. Then we're going to take 2 infantry, go to 33, take Rhodesia. We're going to take 1 infantry, go to 33, and take Madagascar. He has no air power that's in range of 33. He has air power in range of 34, but not in 33. And then we're going to take one guy here and take New Zealand. Now he has no United States transports. Pretty much Madagascar, New Zealand will be mine for the rest of the game, I think. My whole object here is just to start cutting into United Kingdom's money. And then we're going to take Alaska. So let's grab 2 dudes. And take Alaska. Okay, what else? I think that's it for the combat. All right. Alright, for the non-combat move, we're going to grab our artillery and our 5 guys, go up to 64. We're going to take our destroyers, our battleship, our aircraft carrier, and a fighter, and go up to 64. Our battleship's going back to 36. Our aircraft carrier is going down here to 33. 2 of our fighters are going to Germany. The other 5 are landing back in the Caucasus. We are going to put 1 artillery into Sinkiang with a tank. This infantry is going to Sichuan. This guy will go back. This guy will go down, this guy will go up, and this guy will go... Well, maybe we should just leave him there. No, this guy will go there as well. Alright. We're making like over 50 bucks with Japan. Japan's going to become a monster pretty soon, which is exactly what we want. Oh, and we got to fly our bomber back to... Oh. We'll put it in Finland. Alrighty. If USA wants to pull guys out of France to go kill my bomber and those 2 guys, more power to them. Alright. Alright, industrial complex in Manchuria. Bomber and fighter into Kwangtung. And 3 guys in India. Alright. That's going to do it for Japan, round number 6. And I will see you guys back for Germany, round number 7. Alright, Germany, round number 7. So, United States bought 7 infantry, 3 artilleries, and a fighter. He then took Finland with no units lost, killed my bomber and 2 infantry, and didn't lose anybody. And then he went and took Alaska back, sent 2 tanks and a fighter, lost a tank, and took the territory back. Russia bought an infantry and 2 artilleries, and then they took West Russia back, and they walked into Karelia, which was undefended, and they took that back. A couple things here. So one of the things I really like, that he did not kill my transport here. Now, part of me thinks that was just a mistake. In fact, I think it was a mistake. He should have just killed it. There's no reason for not killing it. There's no strategic advantage. But one of the things he did here, he sent his stuff here, and he sent his battleship here. He's got a fighter in Canada, and he's got a fighter in Australia. Now, looking at America, he left this so that I can easily take it with my 6 guys, my fighter, and my battleship. I can easily take this back. I mean, I can take this. However, once I take this, he's got 2 fighters, a tank, and 3 infantry. And he's probably going to take this back. He has a high likelihood of taking it back. Which means I would lose all of my forces and I wouldn't be able to take Hawaii. And it would take me a bunch of turns to get more forces. I think this is a setup, and I think he did it on purpose. To try to goad me into taking Western United States. I think it's actually pretty sharp play, because a lot of players will just take the high value territory and not thinking of the next turn and what will happen after that. If I decide to take Hawaii, which I can take now, and I can actually have an extra guy to take it with because of my transport down here, he's now set it up where he can do a carrier drop in 56 and use his battleship, both of these fighters, and the sub and destroyer to hit my fleet here. The only problem with that is my fleet still has a 89% chance to survive. So he's risking that on a 8.4% battle, which I don't think those are good odds. I mean, but if he beats me on that, then I don't know what there's nothing you can do about it. It's still a game of dice. So I'll cross that bridge when I come to it on Japan. I'm about 2 turns away from locking in my supply lines to Germany. After this turn, every turn after this turn, I should be landing 2 Japanese fighters in Germany and a bomber, depending on how much money I can keep. But at a bare minimum, 2 Japanese fighters are going into Germany every turn. That should keep Germany safe, no matter how much with this industrial complex that he's going to be building stuff. Because I'm also building roughly 10 units every turn for Germany, in addition to the fighters. That should keep me alive long enough, hopefully, for Japan to swarm in. Only thing I'm calculating now is I'm calculating the Caucasus odds to hold and Germany odds to hold. Germany, against everything he has right now at the end of this turn, should be a 100% to hold. The Caucasus, after Japan's turn, I include Japan's turn, should be a 98% to hold. Now, the only issue is if he decides to sack planes and kill like my artillery's here or my infantry's here. Well, he might not sack planes. I think he's going to have to send these English tanks into Africa, because I'm going to start spreading out and taking all of his money. And I don't think he can allow that to happen. So I think the tanks are going to go back into Africa. And once that happens, I can advance my India stuff, no problem. And then if he decides to attack, it'll be all fighters. And 3 infantry, but my guess is he will send the infantry to Africa too, but maybe he won't. I don't know. So I'm hoping, and if he doesn't do that, I'll just take all of Africa and just have more money with Japan and start landing more fighters and more bombers. So Japan is in a really good spot. Germany is in a very tenuous spot. All I did with Germany was buy 11 guys and an artillery. I'm only making like $26 because of his encroachment into Europe. I should hopefully have that up to 35 after this turn. I'm going to do something I didn't want to do, which is sacrifice 3 of my tanks. I wanted to use them to defend Germany, but I did the math on Germany's defense, and Germany does not need the tanks. Germany doesn't need the tanks to survive. So I'm not going to put them in there. I'm going to use them instead to trade Karelia again. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take one artillery and 1 infantry and 1 tank and take West Russia. We're going to take 2 tanks and a plane and hit Karelia. We're going to take 2 infantry and a fighter and hit Northwestern, and then we're going to hit Northwestern with 1 artillery, 1 infantry, and 1 fighter. And that is going to be the extent of German's combat. Strong, 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 strong. I did 2, I did 1 and 1. Okay. Okay, I can't really complain about combat because he only hit 1 guy back, and the West Russia or the Northwestern battle took 4 rounds to get 1 hit, and then he got no hits. That's pretty amazing. So I guess this combat up here that I was bitching about wasn't so bad after all. Let's fly our fighters back to Germany. And I think that's it. What's England's money? England's got 37. He's got a lot of money right now, but I'm going to hopefully be sucking out some of his money. So hopefully he's not going to have so much money coming up. Let's see. That's all I want to do, I think. Yeah. All right. All right, our artillery is going into the Caucasus with 1 unit, and we're going to send 10 infantry into Germany. So my Germany defense is 1, 24, 7, and 5, with a fighter and a bomber coming from Japan for a 100% defense. The Caucasus defense is a little bit more tenuous. It's a 98, but only if I can get my Japanese tank and these 2 artilleries into the Caucasus. If I don't get them in there, I'm going to be able to get the 2 artilleries no matter what. Unless he just sacrifices planes. It's 90% still. So it's still 90% if I don't get these in here. And who knows, maybe he won't attack these. I think he will, but maybe he won't. We'll have to see. But every time he attacks this, we can trade some of this. It's not being replaced. So pretty soon, that'll be done. And like I said, by next turn, by round 8, I'm going to have my supply lines where I'm dumping 2 fighters every single turn into Germany. And I'm putting, let's see, 8 units onto Asia's mainland. 6 to 8, between 6 and 8 land units every single time pushing towards Russia. So, and we're going to keep trying to kill as much stuff as we can with Russia. Get him to keep trading. The more stuff he loses, he's only got $11. Or no, he's got $13 now. So he can buy an artillery and 3 guys, which I'm sure he will. I'm not going to start bombing Russia until I get a handful of fighters. I mean, a handful of bombers, I think. Anyway, that's going to do it for Germany round number 7. And I will see you guys back for Japan round number 7. All right, Japan round number 7. So United Kingdom bought 7 infantry and 4 artilleries. Put 3 infantry and 3 artilleries in his newly minted industrial complex in France, and then 4 infantry and an artillery in the United Kingdom. He then attacked Karelia and won, and I got no hitbacks with 2 tanks. He attacked Italy with no losses, got that one, landed only 1 infantry. And he attacked Persia but lost. Killed my infantry, lost an infantry, and that was it. And then he moved his tanks and 2 of his guys into Egypt and a plane, which we figured he would. He's going to have to try to contest Africa here. He can't just let me have it for free. And then I talked a little bit about this setup here that he did with America. Leaving Western United States lightly guarded. This is like, if it's on purpose, it's pretty fucking slick. Because if I wasn't paying attention and I just took my 6 units and my bombardment and my plane and hit Western United States all happy and took it, he's going to take it back from me. More than, you know what? Hang on a second here. Okay, running the numbers for this real quick. If I did this, the 50-50 battle, I have 2 infantry and an artillery left, and the plane and the battleship, and all my fleet. Problem is, he can counterpunch it with a tank, 3 infantry, and 2 fighters, which is a 99% chance to reclaim. And then once he recaptures this, I have absolutely no troops in the Pacific, and it's going to take me 2 more turns, at least, at a minimum, to get back in range of Hawaii and take Hawaii. And it gives him time if he needs to put up a defense or whatever. The other thing he did was he put his battleship here and he put his sub and destroyer down here. In theory, if I just take Hawaii, he can do a carrier drop. Now, I did the math on it because I'm worried about the carrier drop because I've seen it a lot of times. If he does a carrier drop, he is going to have an 8% chance, roughly a 9% chance to win this battle and take out my whole fleet. If he wins a 9% battle, then there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, I'm not going to delay more. I'm going to take Hawaii heavy. So that made my decision for me. I'm going to take Hawaii heavy. The other thing is, I did consider sacrificing a transport, dropping a guy in Persia, so that when I move these guys up into Persia, he can't use 2 tanks and 7 fighters and hit Persia. But I ran the numbers on that, and it's like an 18% chance to survive. I'm sorry, it's like an 80% chance to live and kill all of his stuff. So I'm not even gonna bother with that. If he wants to move the tanks back and hit it with fighters, every single one of my hits is going to be a tank or a fighter. So I guess I can live with that. And then if he happens to somehow manage to take Persia, I'll just crush whatever he has left. And then, like I said before, all these land units, he has no replacements for them. So they're not going to help anytime soon. So it's going to change my attack plan a little bit. So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to take this territory here, and I'm going to take this territory. Then I'm going to grab my guy with one transport, go all the way over to 27 and take South Africa. This does a couple of things. This stuff here can move to 21, but not in time to stop me from dropping a guy in Brazil. In fact, he has nothing in range. He can land a plane in Brazil to stop me from taking it. And if he does that, that's fine, because that means a plane is nowhere near Europe. Which I'm assuming that's why he landed it here, so we could fly it over to Europe to start planning his 1-2. I think his 1-2 is going to be done, because after this turn I'll have my supply lines set, and I'll be dropping 2 fighters minimum every turn into Germany, and I'll be dropping 8 infantry in Asia. So, and another bomber. This will actually get me up to 56 money again, so I can show you what I bought with my 56 money. 8 infantry, 2 planes, and a bomber. At the end of this turn, I'll have enough money to buy the exact same thing again if I decide to. So the other thing before I forget, we got to kill this transport here. This was a gimme. So we're going to kill that. And then we're going to take one guy here. And 4 fighters. And we're going to try to take this light. If we take it, great. If we don't, it's okay, because I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to have enough money to do what we want to next turn, and I'm not going to waste the guy. I was going to run a tank over there, this tank over there, and kill it, just to make sure we took it. But really, the 1 IPC, just for him to trade it, it's really not a big deal. So I'm not going to do that. But then the last thing we will do for the combat is we will take Hawaii. So we can't load this guy because it's a hostile sea zone, right? Let me see. We can't do it. But we can move him here. Grab this guy, move him to Hawaii, drop him in Hawaii, and then we can grab these 3 guys, go to Hawaii, drop them in Hawaii. We can take our battleship down here and bombard. We can take our fighter and attack Hawaii as well. Right? And let's see here. I want that in Germany, so I'm not going to do that. The reason we're not using this fighter is because it's going to Germany at the end of this turn. We're going to replace him with this fighter. So we're always going to have 5 fighters in there. And that's what we need in order to maintain our Caucasus defense. Our Caucasus defense is going to be 96. Actually, it's going to be more than that. What do I have? 13, 14, 15 tanks. I'll have 15 after this turn. And I ran the math on it, and it's going to be 98. All right. We're just going to take a chance with this going forward. All right. I think that's everything we want to do, right? I think that's everything we want to do. All right. All right. Alright, combat was great. We lost a guy in Hawaii, but we didn't lose anybody else. So that was great. So our destroyers got to go down here to Hawaiian Sea Zone. This transport's going back to 62. And this aircraft carrier is going down here, and our fighter is going on the aircraft carrier. And then the other thing I have to do, and I'll do that in a minute. Alright, I'm going to take this transport and this aircraft carrier and this battleship and meet it in 35. All these guys are moving forward. These guys are moving forward. These guys are moving forward. Our tank is going into the Caucasus. This guy's moving up to Novo, or Vologda, and then our 4 fighters. Wait a minute, before we land those fighters, we're going to send this fighter over to Germany. This fighter's going to land back in Germany. These 4 fighters go back to the Caucasus. This fighter goes to the Caucasus. The bomber goes to Germany. I think that's it. Like I said, this transport here is going to cause him some decisions that he's going to have to make. He can send a sub over here. But I was going to sack this transport anyway to take Transjordan. So now if I sack it, I'll at least get 3 money. And he's going to have to... I mean, this turn he could land guys in Brazil to stop me. Then I'll just probably take the transport and go... I don't know. These guys will probably be dead. I'll probably just go up here and drop them in French West Africa so I can keep messing with them. I don't know. I'll have to see. Let's see. I think that's going to be it. All right. I also considered a destroyer block in 42 and 43, but it only increased the odds to defend from 89 to 94. So, like I said, if he wins a 10% battle, then so be it. Okay, our bomber is going into mainland Japan. We are going to put our fighters in Manchuria with 1 infantry, 2 infantry into Kwangtung, 3 infantry into India, 2 infantry into mainland Japan. Right? I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. Alright, even if we don't add any more infantry or anything to Germany, it's at a 99% to hold. So we know that's not going to happen. We know for a fact that we're going to be sending 2 fighters every single turn are going to go into Germany. We're going to have an issue because our bomber here is going to have to go to the Caucasus next turn and then Germany. So it's going to take 2 turns. But depending on what Russia does... we can't land it in Evenki because these British fighters. But we can put it in the Caucasus. At least it'll have range of Sea Zone 3. As long as we hold Northwestern. Hopefully we can take some of this back eventually. But we're going to start just massively sending troops into Asia. These guys will just dump off either into Manchuria or Bari. and send them north. I'll probably just dump them into Manchuria depending on Russia. If Russia branches out and wants to go north, I can drop a couple guys in Berry and squeeze them this way. But the plan is going to be just to fire everybody through the middle of China and get it through there. So, all right, I think we're in really good position right now. So that's going to do it for Japan round 7, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 8. All right, Germany round number 8. So, United States bought 3 fighters in an industrial complex for Norway. And then he attacked Northwestern, which we expected. All Russia did was buy 3 infantry and an artillery, but he also captured West Russia and attempted Vologda and lost. So we just do the same thing we're going to do. We're going to make sure that our Caucasus defense is good and our Germany defense is good, and they both should be good. All we bought was 10 infantry and an artillery. We're going to do 2 guys and a fighter, and then 2 fighters and 2 guys at Italy. We don't let Japan take this back. Alright, combat was great. We didn't lose anybody, which is great. Our fighters will go back to Germany. And that is it. We're going to put an artillery in the Caucasus, 10 guys into Germany. Not a huge turn for Germany, but our defense is good, and we should be ready to keeping Germany alive. So that's going to do it for Germany round 8. I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 8. Alright, Japan round number 8. So United Kingdom bought 6 infantry and artillery and a fighter. Put the fighter in C-Zone 8, 6 infantry in France and an artillery in United Kingdom. He took Italy, took Northwestern, and he took them more than light. Or maybe because he lost no units. So he actually only hit them with 2 units each, but he didn't lose anybody in battle. And then he took Archangel for the Soviets. Killed my infantry there and didn't lose anybody. So he had a pretty good round of combat, no losses. But then he did what I don't understand. He's got 7 fighters in Russia, which I get. His bomber went to the United Kingdom, so he used his bomber in the attack on Northwestern instead of using it to bomb Germany. He moved a fighter to Finland from Northwestern. I'm guessing so he can move it to Russia next turn. Or use it in conjunction with these guys, maybe. And then 2 tanks and 2 infantry. They moved into Libya instead of moving down into... what is this? Sudan. And then he dropped... an artillery and 2 infantries in Morocco. But he did it without guarding these transports. So now England only has 2 transports. England only has 2 transports, and they're going to die. Well, he has 4 right now, but these are going to die because I have a bomber in Germany. He didn't protect him at all. He should have sent his aircraft carrier and 1 fighter. And I probably wouldn't have sent my bomber to try to kill his transports. I would not. The other thing is, if he's doing... My supply line now with Japan is completely set. I'm making... So the war report is a little deceiving. The war report shows that he's got the attack power lead, the victory city lead, and the economic lead. I'm making $83. He's making 85. He's got a bigger attack power by about 11, and he's got more victory cities. But the reality of this game is he is losing this game. My supply lines are set. The biggest territories that I'm worried about. Germany is completely safe. The Caucasus are completely safe. After this turn, they're both going to be roughly 100% to defend. Give or take 1 or 2%. And at the end of this turn, Japan is going to be making $62 or something in income. That is a monster. That is a monster. And now I have unfettered access to everything, which is good for me. And the only thing I'm going to do is sacrifice a transport to take Brazil. And I'll be making a lot of money. All right, so first things first, let's just go around the board. We're going to use our bomber to kill these transports. We're going to use 2 artilleries. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, all 5 of these fighters to take back Western Russia. We're going to use 1 infantry to take Transjordan. We're going to use 1 infantry to take French Equatorial Africa. We're going to grab our transport, go to 22, drop it in Brazil. We're going to take Brazil. We are going to take artillery and 5 infantry and drop them in Australia. Wait a minute. We're going to use this guy as well. We're going to use our battleship. And we're going to use our fighter. Kill Australia. The funny thing about this fighter being in Australia is that he was trapped. He couldn't go anywhere. He couldn't fly. He doesn't own any islands. So this guy, he was stuck there. He couldn't even if he built a carrier, he could have flown the plane over here and landed on the carrier. But because he didn't, the plane was just stuck there. So I thought that was kind of funny. All right, what else do I want to do? Nothing. Oh, I didn't tell you my buy. So my buy was 6 more infantry and 2 artillery, 2 more fighters, and a bomber. And after this turn, so every turn, including this one, we're going to get 2 more Japanese fighters into Germany. And after this turn, we're going to put a bomber every single turn into Germany. And then we're going to start bombing the shit out of United Kingdom, probably. So I think that's all I want to do for the combat. Pretty sure. Wow. Alright, combat went as we expected. Let's see, our fighter's going to land here in 45, and our aircraft carrier is going to go down to 45. This transport here will go there, pick up this guy, and go there, drop him there. And our 4 destroyers will go down here as well. Alright, and then let's see. Okay, so 3 of these fighters will go back to the Caucasus. 2 fighters will go to Germany. Our bomber is going to go back to Germany. We are going to send this guy here down here. We're going to grab these 2 dudes and put them in India. We're going to send these guys to there and the guy there. 2 guys are going into Kazakh, and then everything else is going up into the Caucasus. And then these 3 guys are going to Persia. These 2 guys are going to Szechuan. And this guy will go forward, and then these two fighters will go to the Caucasus. And then these two guys will go to Manchuria. Actually, you know what? It's going to take longer, but let's do this. Let's send that guy there. And we'll drop those guys up there. And our bomber will go to the Caucasus. Alrighty. I think that's it. Alright. Alright, for the mobilization. 2 fighters into Kwangtung. 1 artillery into India. 1 into Manchuria. 2 infantry into India. 2 infantry into Manchuria. 2 infantry into Japan. And the bomber into Japan. Right? Yeah. And now Japan is making 63. And I have 63 to spend next turn. I'm going to lose. I won't lose this one for at least 2 turns. Because he didn't put anybody here, so he has no one in range to take this back. I'll lose the transport. And I won't lose. I might lose 1 in Ivanki. I might lose 1 in Vologda. I could lose some of these if he trades them all for Japan, but highly unlikely, especially since I'm going to be sending units. Tons of units just flooding into Moscow. So once you see something like this, the supply lines are so well established, he has to do something else differently. The math is not going to add up here. So he may decide to try to stack Italy and get me to go commit and kill a stack. And if I decide to do that, I can probably go like 27 and 3 fighters and then put 10 more infantry there, and I'll have 20 guys and 8 fighters or 10 fighters, and that should be enough to withstand whatever else he throws at me. So if he decides to advance, I don't think he has enough yet to advance with America, but he might try it. But I don't think it's going to be successful. And then pretty soon I'm going to have enough air power in Germany that I'm just going to hit this and get rid of all of his navy. The other thing I might do, he's got 1 fighter in United Kingdom, or is that fighter in let me see where that fighter is. Okay, so that fighter is in the C zone. This fighter's in the C zone. It's not on United Kingdom. What's on United Kingdom? A couple of bombers, an AA gun, and an artillery. Alright, well, after I get a couple bombers here, I may start just bombing, not bombing air raiding, but just bombing. And killing whatever he builds here. Especially if it's just like bombers and stuff. So, anyway. We'll see how that goes, but that's going to do it for Japan round number 8. And I will see you guys back for Germany round number 9. Alright, Germany round number 9. So, United States. I bought 5 tanks and 4 infantry. Put 2 tanks in Norway, and then 3 tanks and 4 infantry in the eastern United States. Didn't move anybody into Canada, so this turn he has nowhere to go except for Africa with only 2 units, Maybe he's going to throw a couple tanks and a couple infantry into Africa with this one transport. I'm guessing that's what he's going to do. But if he does that, then he's not going to take Brazil back. So you would think he would at least have 2 transports there. So I'm not exactly sure what the plan is. The 2 tanks in Norway, that's fine. Pretty soon I'll have enough Japanese, I think, to flood. Like we said, these German turns are going to be very short. Only very small moving parts, and it's basically up to Japan to kind of win this game. So we said that already. Russia, all they did was buy 4 infantry, and then they took West Russia again. So they're trading. They keep trading, and they keep losing guys, which is fine. Like we said before, we're going to run the math every turn on 2 places, Germany's defense and the Caucasus defense. Both of them right now. Caucasus is at 100% to defend, and so is Germany after this turn. We only have to add 6 infantry after our turn in order to get it up to 100% from the 1-2. So let's see. Although, how many fighters is... He's got 6 fighters now. Do I put that? Okay, wave 2 is 6 fighters from USA and a bomber. Right, 6 fighters. 2 in Finland, 2 in France, and 2 in United Kingdom. Let's see what else. Because he flew those other fighters up to... Well, it's still at 100%. So, he's not there yet. I'm guessing these fighters are there to provide support and try to make a play to go this way. All we did with Germany was buy 8 infantry and 2 artilleries. And then we're going to try to trade these territories back. So we're going to go 1 there and 1 there. And we're going to do 1 there and 1 there. And then we're going to do 1 plane into North. And we're going to do 2 planes into Italy. And that is it. We're not going to trade West Russia. We're going to let Japan do that. Even though it's not giving us income, it's okay. We'll have $30 after this turn, hopefully. All right. Alright, combat went pretty good. We did lose an infantry in each one of the attacks. But that's okay. We're just, like we're saying, we're just trying to get ourselves up to 31 monies to be able to buy 10 infantry every turn. And I anticipate United Kingdom bombing Germany this turn. How many fighters does he have there? 1? Okay. So that's 4 fighters for United Kingdom. Yeah, I have those. Alright. We still should be good. We still should be good. Alright. We're not doing any other non-combat. And we are going to throw 2 artilleries into the Caucasus. 2 infantry into the Caucasus. And 6 infantry into Germany. All right, and we have 10 more, or 31 more money to spend, right, for Germany. So we can buy 10 more infantry next turn, minus whatever he bombs us. But we should have enough to keep buying infantry. And Japan is on the move, and so we're in a good position. So that's going to do it for Germany, round number 9, and I will see you guys back for Japan, round number 9. Alright, Japan, round number 9. So United Kingdom bought 4 artilleries, 2 infantry, and a fighter. He took Evenki with no losses. There was nobody in there. He took Vologda, destroyed an infantry with no losses. He attacked Novo and failed, but didn't take the territory, but killed my artillery that was there. And then he took Italy, which we figured he would, and didn't lose anybody. And he took Northwestern. Took Northwestern with no losses and took Italy with no losses. And then he did something I don't understand what the guy's doing. He sent, he shifted around a lot of his stuff, and he sent his bomber. He sent his bomber into Africa with an unguarded transport again, which is going to die. Which is going to leave United Kingdom with 1 transport. Now, which is fine because he can build 6 units in France every turn. But he can't just keep wasting transports. I mean, why not just send an aircraft carrier down here with a fighter on it? 1 fighter. And I wouldn't attack it with a bomber. Because it's not worth it. But because it's going to be basically free, I'll definitely kill it. And get United Kingdom to spend money on other stuff. UK's money's down to 28. After this turn, it's still going to be 28. So I don't have anything else I can take from it. Oh, actually, no, it won't. It'll be 26. So I'm going to take Egypt. But that's only going to count until he takes it back, which he's going to do. So he did land another fighter, yet another fighter in Russia. So he's got 8 fighters there. And then the other thing he did was he, oh, you know what? I think he just sent fighters at Novo with no, yeah, I think he sent fighters at Novo. Yeah, with no land support. And of course, I didn't get any hits back. Oh, man. So anyway, I'm going to ignore this guy here. I'm just going to surround him so I can crush him later. And I did basically the same buy I did last turn. Two fighters, a bomber, and then mostly infantry, and then 1 artillery. And I'm going to try to get continue to get as many land units in Asia as possible, and send them towards Russia. We're going to try to stack West Russia with at least a little bit more guys. And see if it make it harder for him to take it back. So let's do our combat. So first thing we're going to do is take our bomber and kill this transport. We're going to use this guy here and take Egypt. We're going to use 2 infantry and 5 of our planes. And take West Russia. I thought about bombing Russia, but we're not going to do it yet. I'm going to wait till I have a substantial stack of bombers up there. And that is all the combat I want to do. That's all the combat we're going to do with Japan. The rest is just going to be about shuffling troops. So let's get that done. Alright, combat was good. We did lose a guy in West Russia. But we are going to send 2 of the fighters to Germany. And the remainder are going to fly back to the Caucasus. And then we're going to land our bomber here. And we're going to put our 2 infantry here. If he wants to attack the bomber against 2 infantry and a bomber, and if he gets 3 hits and I don't get any hits, then so be it. I don't know what else to tell you. It is what it is. Let's see. These guys are going to move up to Novo. These guys are going to move forward. These guys are going to move forward. These guys are going to move forward. This fleet is going back to 61 for one turn. Because I'm going to end up with 4 guys on Japan, so I'm going to need 2 transports to shuttle them into Asia. Let's see. These 2 guys are going into Hawaii. We're going to grab 1 guy, go to 40, pick up this guy, and go to 43. And then everything else is going up to Hawaii. Whole fleet. Is going up to Hawaii. These guys are moving forward. These guys are moving forward. And then we're going to grab these 2 dudes and throw them in Manchuria. And then our bomber is going into the Caucasus. And this bomber is going into Germany. Right? Yep, I think that's it. Oh, wait a minute. These fighters are going into the Caucasus. Make sure I send everything there. Alright. Alright, I think that is everything. Oh yeah, let's move a couple more guys. Let's move 3 more guys. Let's put 4 guys here so that he at least has to hit it semi-decent in order to take it. Okay. Alrighty. For our mobilization, our bomber is going into Japan. We are going to put let's see, an artillery and 2 infantry in India. We are going to put 2 fighters and an infantry in Manchuria. And then we'll put 2 infantry into Kwangtung and 4 infantry into Japan. And I think that's it. And we're back up to 62 money, which means we can buy another fat stack of aircraft. I mean, this is going to get overwhelming in a minute because we're going to start having, pretty soon we're going to have 9 Japanese planes and 3 Japanese bombers in Germany, and I'm going to start doing the math on Sea Zone 8. They're great for defense, but at some point we're just going to kill this entire fleet, and then he will have no way to land any more stuff. So, which is why I'm sure this is why the battleship and stuff is coming this way. I'm just going to take my time. I'm going to be patient. Because we're going to squeeze Russia out pretty soon. He keeps trading, but we'll keep squeezing until we can just flood him out. This guy here, he's either going to take Mexico, which I probably don't want him to take Mexico. What I'd really like to do is take Central America. So I may just move him to 42 tomorrow, next turn, so that I can go and take Central America. But it's going to depend on what this sub does. If the sub goes to 19, then I'll move some destroyers with them, and maybe just the destroyers over here. We'll see if he moves any planes in range 42, because they're not in range right now. So we'll see. But anyway, that's to think about for next turn. That's going to do it for Japan round number 9, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 10. All right, Germany round number 10. So United States bought 5 infantry, a bomber, and 2 tanks. And everything went into... Well, the 2 tanks went into eastern United States. The bomber and 3 infantry went into western United States. And then 2 infantry went into Norway. These transports here are loaded with 3 tanks, and artillery, and 4 infantry. Now, I don't know if they're going to go to France or if they're going to go up to Finland. Maybe to go up to... He might be going up to Finland. But I should be able to dead zone Karelia by moving... Because he didn't even trade West Russia now. So I can move like a decent stack of Japanese troops into West Russia that he probably can't trade. And I can dead zone. And then if he does trade it, then that's going to weaken Russia. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. I ran the math on Germany. We're fine on Germany, even if he lands all this shit here. Once he lands all this stuff here, I'll redo the math. But our supply line is so good. We're putting another 2 fighters in there. We're going to have 12 fighters in there and 2 bombers. And I'm going to have to start doing the math on this fleet here when I can kill it. So, anyway, let me get... And then Russia just bought 3 infantry and an artillery and put them in Russia. Didn't do anything, which is probably smart on his behalf. USA is set up here. They took Brazil back, which we thought they would. He's probably going to take South Africa back. England's going to push forward, I would think. Try to take some of his Africa territories back. So I'm going to have to decide if I'm going to send these guys over here through Trans, or if I'm going to send them up here into the Caucasus. I don't know, because I have a decent amount of stuff moving. I might just send them over to Trans. And then I don't know if he's preparing to try to launch something at Hawaii, so I'm going to figure out how to deal with that. Maybe I'll leave the bomber that I buy this turn in Japan, and maybe a sub, and then we'll have a lot of stuff pointed at C-Zone 56. We might have to do that. We'll have to see. Let's see here. What does he have in there? 2 destroyers, 3 fighters, 2 cruisers, 3 cruisers, and 2 aircraft carriers. All right. I'm going to have to run the numbers on... Oh, I'm sorry. All I did with Germany was buy 9 infantry and an artillery. We're only going to put 6 infantry into Germany, and we're going to put an artillery and 3 infantry into the Caucasus. And let's see. So he's got, let's see, 2 destroyers, 3 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, 3 cruisers, right? 3 cruisers, 2 aircraft carriers. Shit, that's not a lot of stuff. I might be able to just hit it with... if he lands in... where's his battleship? Oh yeah, it went down to Brazil. If he lands all these guys in France, I might have to hit this navy with Germany. I mean with Japan. But he bought another cruiser, so UK, I don't know when he got that cruiser, wherever it came from, but Oh well. All right. Let's see. Did I calculate it already? I did not. Oh, I didn't say what he's got here. I'm going to have, let's say, 9 fighters and 3 bombers. Oh yeah, it's 91. We might have to do that. But that'll certainly open up Germany for an attack, so we'll have to see. Maybe we won't do that. But it's coming soon. So anyway, let's get this turn done. So we're going to take one of those. And 1 guy. And we're going to take 2 guys. We're going to take 1 fighter. And 2 fighters. And then we're going to take 1 tank. Take Karelia back. And we gotta hope that this works. In fact, let's send 1 more guy. Just in case. Dude, attacking fighters are such trash. They're such garbage. Alright, fighters go back to Germany. And let's see. That is it. And then we're going to put an artillery and 3 infantry into the Caucasus and 6 infantry into Germany. And we're back up to 35 money, so we can buy almost 12. We can buy 11 infantry and convert a couple into some artillery. So we should be pretty good. So that is going to do it for Germany round number 10, and I will see you guys back for Japan round number 10. Alright, Japan round number 10. So United Kingdom bought 8 infantry and an artillery. Used his bomber and the tanks and his infantry, and took Egypt back. Took Novo, lost an infantry, but he has 8 fighters in there. Took Italy again, but he's going light into Italy. And he took Northwestern again. So, a couple things. One of the things I've made a mistake on, right? So this is a mistake. So I have Germany. Germany has a 100% chance to defend against the current 1-2 from America and England. I mean, 100%. So what I should have been doing, and I did not do, is what I should have been doing is what I'll probably try to do in round 11, and that is send a huge stack, or not a huge stack, but like 10 guys to take Italy, so that it's going to take a more sizable amount of infantry and stuff to take Italy back. I shouldn't just keep trading it light. I should take it heavy and still have enough to defend at 100%. Now, I may or may not. This guy here has got 3 tanks in it and an artillery and a couple of and 3 and 4 infantry. Now, if this goes up here to Sea Zone 3 and they drop everything in Finland, then I can probably heavy stack because the transports, unless they're defended, will be dead, because I'm going to have at least 3 bombers in Germany, more than likely. Or at least 4 bombers in range of Sea Zone 3 after this turn. So, but I have to do something to try to crack this and not let him do this, because he's on the way to taking Africa back, and I don't really have enough stuff. I could have bought an industrial complex and started doing that, but he's going to come down here with America and I may at some point have to send some troops over here, but I might in a couple of turns have enough to kill Russia, which would be good. So I didn't do that. I did buy armor with Japan this turn, so I bought 5 tanks, 2 more planes, and another bomber. And then we got to worry about this. He's got a nice stack here in America. Is he going to drop transports and try to take Hawaii back? I don't know. He's got, with America, 41 bucks. So the most he can drop is, let's say 2 transports is 14. That leaves him 27. An aircraft carrier. And 2 subs. Well, I should be able to kill that. If he decides to do that. But if he does, I'm definitely going to have to buy more ships with Japan. Or I'm going to put an aircraft carrier in C-Zone 60 and start buying planes and sending them to land on Hawaii. Just to keep it. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do yet. But I'll have to see what America does this turn. But as far as me, I only have a couple of combat moves to do. This is the time we're going to start strategic bombing things. So we're going to bomb France with 3 bombers. We are going to hit this with 2 infantry and 3 fighters. Can only use 3 fighters because we have to send 2 of them over to Germany. Oh, you know what? I could send this guy here to keep him from going this way. You know what? Let's do that. Let's send 1 guy there just so that he can't capture, you know, a bunch of stuff. He can only take 1 point out of Africa this turn if I do that. No, he can open it. If he uses his fighter to kill this and then runs it down, and then America's probably going to land down here with his battleship and his 1 artillery. And I gotta hope he doesn't get a bombard. But I think it's better to withstand this for a turn or 2 to save Africa for a couple of turns while we muster some more troops. Obviously, these 3 guys are moving forward. And that is going to be it for Japan. And that should get me up to 58 money. Because I have 56 money right now. I'll take those 2. That'll get me up to 58. And we should be able to buy a lot more infantry next turn again. And still the 2 fighters. So, which is what I want to continue to send fighters into Germany. Because, like I said, we're going to move a sizable stack. We're going to have 10 Japanese infantry and artillery here in West Russia this turn to dead zone Karelia. If Russia decides they want to attack it, then we'll have to make him pay. But he's not really, can't really replace a lot. So now it's just about hopefully we don't get killed by strategic bombing. So let's run that and see what happens. Okay, combat was fair. We did not lose any. We didn't lose a bomber, which is good, but we did lose a guy taking Novo. But that's okay. So our 3 fighters are going to go to the Caucasus, and our 3 bombers are going to land back in Germany. These 2 fighters are going to go to Germany, and these 2 fighters are going to go to the Caucasus. We're going to send 4 infantry and 2 artillery into West Russia. We're going to send 2 infantry into Kazakh and the remainder go into the Caucasus. We're going to send 2 and 1. Actually, let's do this here. Let's send 1 here, 2 there, and 1 there, which means my Caucasus defense will go down by 1 infantry, and it's still 100%. And the only reason I did this is because I don't want these tanks to blitz over here. I don't think they will, but at least he's not gonna have any land units. If I get hits, it'll be against fighters, which would be good. This guy's gonna go down to South Africa to try to hold South Africa. With any luck. Let's see. These guys move forward. These guys move forward. These guys move forward. Our transport goes there, and then we pick up 2 guys there and 2 and drop them in Kwangtung, and then these 2 guys are going to get on there and go to Kwangtung. And then these guys here are going to drop in Hawaii. Alrighty. So he's got 28 monies. So 18 to buy 6 infantry. And he's going to have to repair that. A lot in order to drop him in there. So he probably will not be able to put a fat stack in there this turn, which means I'm going to put a fat stack in Italy so that it's going to cost him some guys. And then effectively, there'll be 10 Japanese units here, and we should be able to dead zone Karelia. If he decides to go to Karelia, we'll have 10 land units and an absolute shitload. Oh, wait a minute. This bomber here has got to go to the Caucasus also. An absolute shitload of air power to kill it. Then we certainly got to think about attacking this fleet. I've got numbers now. I've got 9 fighters, and I'm going to have, let's see, this bomber here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So far, so good. 5, 6 right now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, we're gonna have to do some stuff to mix it up. So we're gonna mini stack West Russia, and we're gonna end up mini stacking Italy. See what Russia does here. He only has economically. He's got $14, so he can buy 2 artilleries and 2 infantry. He still has the attack power lead, which is amazing to me. Even with all the fighters I have and bombers, he still has the attack power lead. Probably because of these artilleries, but man, I thought I had enough of those too. Oh well. Anyway, that is going to conclude the non-com. Let's finish that up. All right, our bomber and 2 tanks are going to go in Manchuria. 2 fighters are going to go in Kwangtung, and 3 tanks are going to go in India. I'm not even threatening the west coast of Japan, of America. I don't need to. What I need to do is get enough land units in range of Moscow to just absolutely hammer it. And so I got to start doing Moscow's defense. It's really good right now because he's got 11 fighters in there. But I have 12 fighters in Germany, and he's not cracking that. He's just not going to crack that. At least not with his current plan. So we'll see what he does next. It's going to be an interesting turn for America. But I will see you guys back for Germany round number 11. All right, Germany round number 11. So United States bought 2 fighters and 3 transports. The 3 transports went into Sea Zone 11, and he put a fighter each in eastern and western United States. Now this stack right here, I don't know what he's doing there. Unless he wants to, you know, he's going to send the 5 tanks up here, and then have 4 transports and 3, so he'll have 7 transports there that can take 14 guys. There's 7 there, and that's what, 12? So then he can transport 12 guys over to Finland or whatever in round 12. So that might be the plan. I thought he might actually make a play for the Hawaiian Islands, but he's not doing that. At least not this turn. So, he was able to take South Africa. I did not get a hit back. So I left myself a note. I have to make some sort of defense, because this fleet can start to be a problem. Even though he's got only 1 guy here, he can take Madagascar back, and I won't have a plan to take it back. And then he can, if he goes on this side, he can be in position to start taking my money islands with just this, because I have no defense. So I need to set up a defense for this fleet, which probably just means moving this fleet back into the Indian Ocean, and then maybe throwing a sub there and maybe a couple of bombers in India. That should be enough to get rid of this fleet if I need to. So, or maybe a destroyer and a sub, I don't know. Anyway, and then Russia, all Russia did, well, the other thing USA did was, USA did was he attempted to take Karelia very, very light and failed. So he killed my guy in there, but he did not take it. It's not going to matter, because after we do this turn, we're going to be poised to hammer Karelia again. Russia, all they did was buy 2 artillery. Oh, no. That was me. Russia just bought 3 infantry and an artillery, but then he moved heavy into West Russia. Killed my 10 units, and I only got 3 hitbacks. He only lost 3 infantry. But he left this. This is bad for him. I think this was a mistake. It may have even been a failed strafe. Maybe he accidentally one-rounded it. Or went for multiple rounds and accidentally took it, because what's going to happen here is now, without any fighter defense, all this is going to die. And Russia's going to be left with 14 land units and some fighters, and not a lot of income to replace all those land units, and certainly not in enough time when the Japanese are swarming through Asia. So this is going to be bad. And then I'll also be in position either to take Moscow with Germany next turn, which I might have to do. I don't know. We'll see what he does with his fighters. So probably, if he's smart, because now he actually set up for a better 1-2, right, on Germany. I did the math on it, though, and I'm still good. I'm going to use 1 fighter out of Germany this turn. And it's going to bring my defense from the 1-2 down to 99. But if England hits this, depending on what the result is, I can always send more fighters in reinforcements than I was previously going to do. So I think we're okay in Germany. So I think that was a mistake. I really do. I think that was a mistake. Because Russia's going to be short-lived. So all I did with Germany was buy 9 infantry and 2 artilleries. I would really like, I left myself another note, if I could force his fleets to go into Sea Zone 5, either the English one or the American one or both, that is the Japanese air power kill zone. There are 14 fighters and 4 bombers aimed at this sea zone right here. And that would effectively, if I killed all of his fleets, that might effectively end the game as well. He is going to whittle away my Africa money, but that's okay because I'll still be making over $50 with Japan for a couple of turns. So that is good news for Japan. So what we're going to do is, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hammer West Russia. We're going to use one fighter. This should be 100%. I did the math on it, and I should probably lose all my infantry, but I should have my 8 artilleries and my 12 tanks left. Which is good enough. Oh yeah, and then what I got to do is I'm going to use 2 guys and a fighter, and then I'm going to use my 3rd fighter, 1 artillery, and 1 infantry. I thought about stacking Italy. We talked about that last turn, but now that he did this, I don't know if I'm going to do that, because now all I got to do is I can trade it light, I think. Because if he decides to move heavy, it'll be the same scenario as this. He'll either double stack Italy, which is fine, but then he can't keep France. Or he will try, I don't know what he's going to do. I could probably stack it, but I'm not going to, because I want to send maybe a couple units in Baltic, either as a lure to get him to move into C-Zone 5, or just have a couple extra units as cannon fodder when I hit this with Germany if USA moves in here. And who knows, they may not. He may move all this stuff over here in Archangel. That's a play he might be able to do. But this stuff here is not enough if I take Russia. This is not enough to withstand, especially not landing any planes. So I think we'll be pretty good here. So let's run this. Alright, combat actually went better than expected. We only lost 10 guys in West Russia, which we could have lost a lot more. But we only lost 10. So this fighter has to land in the Caucasus, so it's going to go there. The other 2 fighters will go to Germany. I have 11 fighters there? Oh, I still have 11 fighters? Is that 9 fighters? Oh, yeah. I have 11 fighters there. Okay, that's interesting, because I miscalculated. I thought I only had 9, because I guess I wasn't doing the reinforcements yet. So I have 11 fighters there. Which means I can go even lighter, I think, in Germany. So what am I going to do? I'm going to put the 2 artilleries in there, so that'll be 5 artilleries. Let's see here. I think that's all I want to do as far as non-com. Yep. Alright. We want to put an infantry there and 1 there. Alright. And our 2 artillery in Germany. Oh, shit. Oh, that's why I didn't do that shit. I needed to move guys out of there. Okay, well. Alright, then you know what we'll do? We'll put... we'll put 5 guys in there. So what? So we'll put... we'll have 38. Oh, shit. Alright, we'll just go heavy. We'll just put them all in there. But then he's going to get... He's going to take this for free anyway. But if he wants to take it with England, he's going to have to go and use a transport in there. Oh, wait a minute. These two artilleries, those going into Germany. You know what? Let's do this here. Let's throw one guy here, 2 there, and 6 there. So we'll have 39 guys. We do have 11 fighters. I didn't even look at that. I miscalculated. It's 100% to defend. And what I should have done was move some guys into Baltic. But what I'll do is now next turn I'll do the stack where I stack Italy heavy. Because now that I'm up to 40 guys, I can probably go down to like... Let me see. Let me run it if I went down to like 25. Ooh, he's up to 40. That's interesting. So I can't do that. But I have enough to buy another 10 infantry with Germany. Plus all these tanks, everything here is aimed at Karelia, so... Oh well, we'll have to check that out. But so far Germany is safe from the 1-2. It's 100% with our 39 guys in there. 100% to defend. So, but then again, in 2 turns, he's going to have 5 more tanks. So he's going to have up to 10 tanks, depending on what he does here. But I should knock Russia out of the game by round 12. Maybe. Hopefully. And then I may even have to send some guys over here to Africa. I should start building a force and start landing in Alaska again. Anyway, all those questions are going to come later. So anyway, that's going to wrap up Germany round 11, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 11. All right, Japan round number 11. So United Kingdom, he bought 6 infantry and repaired France. And he didn't do any combat. He moved a cruiser down here to Sea Zone 23. And as transport, he dropped 2 infantry in Africa because he's got to try to take them back. He's got to try to take Africa back. How many bombers? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. 5, 6. Well, I could do that, but there's really no point in doing that. I'm not really too concerned about Africa. I'm going to lose it, but I can take it back. I'm going to move some stuff so I can take it back. And then he mobilized 6 infantry into France. So, I'm going to shuffle around some stuff. And hopefully get in a position where I can knock out Russia probably by next turn. I looked at this battle here in Egypt. I have odds. I could use my bombers from Germany, my bomber from the Caucasus, and about 4 fighters from the Caucasus and my 2 infantry and hit this. 27% chance to take it. 100% chance to survive and kill everything. That would kind of end the threat by this here, but I don't really care. All that's going to do is really slow down his Africa recovery. And I'm going to be putting so many troops in Asia that whatever he amasses down here is not going to be enough. We're gonna set up a defense for this right here. I went ahead and bought a destroyer and a sub. And our battleship, aircraft carrier, and transports are going to go into 35. Then if he tries to take Madagascar and get in range of the Money Islands, we'll kill him. I'll drop a couple of bombers in India at the end of the turn. And then we should be good there. The Caucasus defense is really solid because he moved forward and wasted all of his guys. So we're going to test fate again. We're going to bomb France again with all 3 bombers. And then we're going to take one guy there, and take both of those territories. And then we're going to take one guy and take Alaska again. That's just going to make him use his tanks to come over here and take it back. Which is fine, but any tanks that go over here are not going over here to get sent over into his fiddle and shuck. So this is just a nuisance. Get us a couple of bucks. We're going to only lose 1 infantry. And we'll be set up pretty good. Let's see what else do I want to do. I think that's all I want to do for the combat. I'm pretty sure that's all I want to do for the combat. Alright. Alright, let's run the bombers and see what happens. I'm not using this bomber because I want it to go into India at the end of the turn. What's my map notes here? Set up a sea defense. And, okay, the kill zone is still the kill zone. He didn't move anything in here. He moved everything up in here. So, until I can make this the kill zone, that's going to be safe for now. Alright. Alright, combat was fine. The only battle we risked anybody was France, and it paid off. So we'll send the bombers back to Germany. We are going to send this bomber to India. These guys will go forward. And then we're going to go... Oh, let's see here. We'll go 3 guys here. Actually, no, not those guys. These guys are going to the Caucasus. These guys will go here. These guys will go here. With an artillery. These guys will go here. Our tanks will go here. Let's see here. Our 3 tanks will go up to the Caucasus. We're going to send 2 fighters over to Germany. We're going to send these 2 fighters over to the Caucasus. We're going to grab these dudes, go to the Indian Ocean, and drop everybody in India. Our battleship and our aircraft carrier. We'll go there. And actually, let's do this. Let's send one of these fighters over to 35. Just to give us a little bit more punch against this. And if we decide to do landings. We don't need that many fighters in Caucasus anymore. We have more than enough land units to deal with that. And then this bomber will go down to India. And then our whole fleet, well actually 1 transport is going to go down here. And then the rest of the fleet is going into 64. And I think that's it. Right? I think that's it. All right. Alrighty. What the hell? We bought a cruiser instead of a sub? Shit. I wanted a sub. What the hell was I doing there? Oh my god. I totally effed that up. Alright. But it's fine. We're going to put a destroyer and a cruiser, I guess, now in 35. We're going to put a tank into India, a tank into Kwangtung, fighter into Kwangtung, 3 infantry into Manchuria, and a transport into 62. Wow, I really screwed that up, but I guess when you're shitting money like Japan is right now, you can afford to make mistakes like that. Because I really did not want a cruiser. I just wanted a sub. But, oh well, I'll take the cruiser. Man, that was dumb. Alright. I would have changed my buy, obviously. Alright, still got 61 bucks for next turn. Which is a lot of money. And we're going to have... we have a decent chance to take Russia by itself right now. With all of our Japanese stuff. With just Japan. We can use 5 bombers on it. Let's see, can this fighter? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. So 5 fighters, 5 bombers, 7 tanks, and a handful of infantry. We might be able to take this. We may strafe it once with Germany, but probably not, because I suspect USA is going to move into here, and then we'll just probably hammer this. So we'll have to see, because I'd love to kill all of his stuff here, because he has absolutely no follow-up to come back to. He has nothing. They're all 2 turns away. So that is going to do it for, what do I got, 13 fighters now in Germany and 3 bombers. That's a really good defense. 13 fighters in Germany, 3 bombers. I don't even think I need to build any more infantry there. No, he's not cracking that. No, it's not even 0.1% anymore. It's less than 0.1%. So, like I said, if he wins that battle, it might be time to uninstall. Unless I did the math wrong, and that's possible. It has happened before, so. I anticipate he's going to make some inroads in Africa pretty soon. He's going to have to be careful if he takes Madagascar. If he goes too far over here and tries to sneak past and get one of those, he's going to die, because this fleet's going to come kill him. In fact, now that I have 4 infantry, I can just take my fleet and go down here. As long as I take Egypt and Trans, his 8 Russian or 8 United Kingdom fighters are useless to him to cover C Zone 34. And hopefully they'll be dead anyway after next turn. So, all right, that's going to do it for Germany. I'm sorry, for Japan round number 11. And I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 12. All right, Germany round number 12. So United Kingdom, I'm sorry, not United Kingdom. United States bought 2 tanks, 7 infantry, and 2 artilleries. The 2 tanks went into Norway. 7 infantry and 2 artillery went into eastern United States. He took Alaska, didn't lose any units. And he took Karelia, and I think he lost 2 infantry. And then he did nothing else. This here, he backed off his navy into 24, but he never took any more money for England. Which I don't understand that. I don't know why. Maybe he thinks it was going to be USA's money, so he's saving it for England, but I'd be kind of surprised if he thought that. So I've done some of the numbers here, and I'm going to start stacking Italy with like 10 dudes every turn. And just keep replacing them. And try to get England to move forward heavy so that I can wipe out England and then take France. And then one of the things I'm going to do here is I'm going to kill all this stuff here. So we're going to go heavy into Karelia, which maybe he wanted us to. I don't know. But what we'll do is we'll leave one guy in West Russia, so he'll have to trade. And then Japan will bomb the shit out of Russia's capital this turn. And so he can't replace whatever he moves here to trade. This is in no danger of being hit. I think I should lose like 4 infantry. And he can attack it with 2 tanks and 3 fighters. And that ain't going to happen. So, if he wants to do that, that's fine. I'm not going to do anything else with France yet, but it's coming soon. So let's run this. Ooh, wow. Wow, combat was pretty rough in Karelia. He got an 8% result. 50-50 battle had me losing 4 infantry, and he killed 3 artillery and 4 infantry. So that was pretty brutal. Our fighters going back to the Caucasus. We're going to move this artillery into Germany, and then we're going to move 10 guys into Italy. And then that'll be it for that. We're going to mobilize 2 artillery, and we'll mobilize 4 guys into the Caucasus and 5 guys into Germany. All right. Kind of a quick turn for Germany. This did not work out. Like, oh fuck me! I wanted to move my. Oh well, he doesn't have any tanks. But the problem is now he doesn't have to risk anything to trade. Maybe I'll move a Japanese guy in there. Yeah, I'll move 1 Japanese guy in there after I bomb the shit out of him. So, in fact, I'm gonna leave myself a note. So I know to at least stock this. I wanted to stock it with this, but that's all right. All right. Kind of a short turn for Germany, but they don't really have a lot to do. He's 2 turns away from attacking this. This stuff here can go into Finland. He got 6, a tank and an artillery. And I'll have 3 fighters. Land there. 1, 2. Yeah. 3 fighters. I can land there. So if he wants to do that, I can probably crush that too. More than likely, I'll just crush whatever he puts in West Russia. So anyway, that's going to be the end of Germany round 12. I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 12. All right, Japan round number 12. So United Kingdom bought 6 infantry and repaired France. And then he mobilized all the infantry into France. So that's been paying off. UK's only making 26 bucks, so bombing it, he's had to repair it and buy the 6 guys. We're going to change that slightly. So Russia is making 8 bucks, but he's only got 10 bucks left. So what we need to do, though, is we need to make it so that he cannot replace any units that he trades. Right now he can buy 2 infantry and an artillery, so he'll be able to trade. He'll be able to trade probably some spots if we let him. And I want him to do, if he does that, to not be able to replace what he does here. So we're going to bomb the shit out of Moscow this turn. We're going to leave France alone for 1 turn. I thought about this here. So he stacked Egypt, and I actually ran the math. If I hit it with everything I can, I have like 100% to win, 30% to take this territory. Now, the only problem with that is all my fighters and bombers would then be out of position. And really, I don't really care. He's only got 3 more monies to get from Africa. And I think if I just stay the course, I can knock Russia out pretty soon. So we're not going to do that. One thing I am going to do, though, because I don't want his 2 tanks here to be able to go to Persia in combo with his 8 fighters and kill my 4 infantry that I'm going to move here this turn. So I'm going to put a tank there just to block, just so that if he moves the 2 guys, if he wants to risk all fighters on infantry and no land units, so be it. Maybe I'll pick off some fighters. We are going to be replacing those 4 with 2 guys and an artillery. And then we're going to set up so that we can either next turn, we can either put a medium-sized stack in France, or we can just dump another 8 guys and an artillery into mainland Asia. So for our combat, we're going to bomb the shit out of Russia. Now, if we lose a bomber, we'll replace it next turn because we're making 58 bucks. So, and we're still only going to make 58 bucks because we're not going to take Alaska this turn. But next turn, we may make back up to 60 again. Although we are going to lose, so it's going to be 59, probably 58 again at a minimum. We could lose. We're going to move this fleet into position so that if he decides to come around here and take Madagascar back, we can hit his fleet. But again, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see here. So that's it. That's all the combat we're going to do with Japan. We're not going to hit this. So let's do... Oh, we bought 11 infantry, a tank, 3 artilleries, and a fighter. And we're just going to keep... We're not going to send a fighter to Germany this turn. We've already done the math. Let's see. 1, 2, 3... So they can't get back there. So everything's going to land in the Caucasus, I think. Or they might go back. I think 2 of them will go back to India. All right. And then we got to move some guys here so they can't trade. So let's do this. My map notes. Yeah, move some infantry. Okay, the kill zone and set up a defense. All right, so we're good with all that. Alright, combat was fine. We did lose a bomber in the raid, but we knocked him down to 11. So he's got 10 bucks. He's going to have to repair 3, which would leave him $7. Just to get it to 8, he'll have to repair 4 to get it to 1, which will leave him with 6 bucks. So he can buy 1 infantry. He can buy 2. He'll be able to buy 2 infantry if he repairs. So, obviously, I mean, and it'll be knocked down. We might have to hit it one more turn. Alright, so we're going to take one tank and move it here. We're going to take these 4 guys and move them forward. We're going to move these 2 guys forward. We're going to move 2 infantry. Actually, we'll move 3 infantry there just to make it a little bit harder. Our four bombers. Can they all go to India? No, 2 of them can go to India and the other 2 will go to the Caucasus. These 3 guys are going to move up. These 2 tanks will go over there to the Caucasus. This tank will go here. This fighter will go to the Caucasus. Actually, you know what? Let's not do this here. Oh yeah, that's fine. We'll do this. And then we'll send 1 infantry there. And then these 3 guys are going to move forward. Alright, down here. We're going to move our whole fleet into 31. The bomber can go 1, 2, 3. The fighters can go 1, 2, 3, and then they can't land anywhere, so that's fine. Our transports are going back over to 61. This guy's going to get picked up, go to 61 and drop them in Kwang Tung. And then, actually, let's do this. Let's move, oh yeah, our 3 transports back over here. And we'll leave our fleet right there. Is that all I want to do? I'm only going to have 4 guys in Kazakh. Yeah, I think so. Alright. We're going to lose the majority of Africa, but it's going to depend because, well, maybe I should leave some... I can't leave the transports here if I move the fleet. Because the bomber will kill them. But I could go here and then grab guys and take them over here and do that. Why am I going over here again with the transports? Maybe there's no reason for it. Let's send 1 transport over there. And the other one will go there. That way, if we want to go up and grab a couple units and go into Africa, we can. And he'll have 2. Well, then we can't... I want to follow up with 6 guys here. Alright. Let's put them both over there. We just won't be able to take Africa back for a turn. That's okay. Let's see. Because Russia should be on its way out the door. Alright. I think that's it. Alright, our fighter and our tank are going into Kwang Tung. We're going to put 1 artillery there, 1 artillery there, and 1 artillery there. And then we're going to put 2 infantry, 2 infantry, 7 infantry. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Alright, I think that's it. We just want to keep going slow and steady towards Russia. We're back up to 58 again. We'll see if America decides to take Italy. If he does, we can start sending more fighters over there again. We won't need to bomb Russia. We probably won't need to bomb Russia again. If we do, we'll use the bombers in India and we'll send the other bombers back to Germany. And we'll buy a replacement bomber next turn since we lost one. Alright, that's going to do it for Japan round number 12. And I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 13. Alright, Germany round number 13. So I've actually done the math. And if he doesn't put any more fighters, if he puts his 3 England fighters into Russia this turn, I'll have an 80% chance. I'll have an 80% chance to conquer Russia with Japan only this turn. If he doesn't put his fighters, it's 98%. So I think it's time to take Russia and knock him out of the game. And then whatever air power survives landed in the Caucasus. Landed in Karelia. And then just start to push out here. That way I can keep transports in range of Alaska. Maybe even take Alaska again. And not worry about Africa. So all we did with Germany, well, let me just show you what America did first. America bought 2 tanks, 2 infantry, 2 artilleries, and an industrial complex for Morocco, believe it or not. So he put the 2 tanks in Norway, 2 infantry and 2 artilleries in eastern United States. He does have 8 more units ready to go over to Finland. So he's going to have that. And he's going to take Italy back this turn or next turn, one or the other. But then Russia, all they were able to do was buy 1 infantry and repair 4 points of damage, which we thought was good. So, and then he only has eight bucks. So, we're going to set up to hit Russia if he does not move his 3 fighters there. So all we did was buy 9 infantry and 2 artilleries. We are going to take 2 guys. No, not. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll take an artillery. And we'll take 2 fighters. And we're going to take that back, and that's all we're going to take back. Alright. So for our non-com, we're going to fly our 2 fighters back to Germany. Then we're going to fly this fighter up to the Caucasus, and up to Karelia, and we're going to move these 5 guys into West Russia. If United Kingdom wants to attack 8 guys with 8 planes, more power to him. More power to him. If he kills, he's bound to lose some planes, and any planes that he loses is going to weaken England or Russia's defense. So if he wants to do that, so be it. Germany's going to be up to 41 infantry. I'm sorry, it'll be up to 40... Well, let's see. All right. That's all I wanted to do in the non-com. We're going to put 2 artilleries, 2 infantry up there, and 7 infantry in Germany. Like I said, if he does not move these 3 fighters into Russia, then we have a 98% chance to conquer it. So hopefully this game is coming to a close. that's going to do it for Germany round 13, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 13. All right, Japan round number 13. So all he did was buy 6 infantry, and he put them in France. He took Transjordan, and he took Sudan back, which is totally fine. He's taking back Africa. And then he moved his cruiser up to Sea Zone 3, transport up to Sea Zone 3. He moved 1 fighter from Sea Zone 3 to Russia. Okay, so he swapped a fighter. Oops. He swapped a fighter. And he moved a bomber and stuff to Egypt. So, and then he just put the 6 infantry in France. Alright, well, I actually looked at the math. I did the math. And it's 98% for Japan to take Russia this turn. So, all I did was buy a bomber, a transport, and 13 infantry. And the first thing we're going to do is take this and one of those. Go to 64 with 1. Attack Alaska. And then we're going to take everyone else. Into Russia. Okay, what am I missing here? This fighter. $39 against 30. And this should actually work. I'm hoping it does. If he gets a 2% result, I don't know what else to tell you. Now he can, if he wants to, go over to Archangel and try to take Russia next round. But I should be able to land a bunch of fighters there if they survive, and it should probably be enough to hold this. Especially since I'm going to move guys up. So let's run this and see what happens. Alright, let's do this. Alright, combat was a success. We actually had a better result than I thought we were going to have in Russia. We were supposed to have 5 fighters, 4 bombers, and 6 tanks left over. We have 8 tanks and 3 artilleries left over. So our 5 fighters are going to land in Karelia. Let's see. Our 4 bombers are going to land in Germany. Actually, let's land them in Karelia too. So I did the Karelia defense. Where is it? There we go. I've got 2, 5, 12. And then I've got 6 fighters and 4 bombers. Alright. So that's going to hold. And then let me see what else I can do here. Alright. This fighter is going to land here. And then all these 3 transports will go here. And then these 3 transports will go here. Actually, okay. All right. And then we will, so we already have 4 units there. So we're going to have more right there. So these guys will go, tank will go forward. And this guy will go forward. Actually, we might as well send him to India now. And this guy will go forward. He went off. He was actually watching this, and he was spectating, and he went off. So we may get we may get a forfeit. So maybe another 24 hours before we find out what happened. But right here, he can do what? Let's see. That's 1 tank and 4 fighters and a bomber. What's Germany defense? Alright, do I want to move that forward? Oh yeah, the AA gun is going to move up here. Oh, I can't move it. Why didn't I move it? That was dumb. Alright. I guess we can move this forward. So we'll have 7 guys there. I don't need to defend this anymore. Should I throw a fighter there? No. Yeah, I'll move everything forward. That's fine. If I have to, I'll just drop guys down here. Or kill them. Alright. Actually, you know what I can do? I know what I can do. Because I bought another transport. I'll send... No, it's fine. We are going to move them forward. All right. I think that's it. Oh man, so he must have just forfeited and left. All right, well, that's going to be the end of the game. After I took Russia, he must have forfeited and bounced. So we didn't have to mobilize. That's interesting. So anyway, that was good. I think some of the good things I did in this game was get my supply line rolling for the fighters into Germany. That was pretty much it was by necessity, but at the end, that's what basically ended up winning it. I think because he could never crack Germany, and then keeping Caucasus. And once Japan had so much money, just flooding as many land units and sending them forward as possible. He didn't. Maybe he just thought because I got into the same rut of doing the same things every turn that I wasn't going to hit Russia with only Japan. And I initially, for a lot of turns, didn't even think about it until he started moving here, and I decided I had to do something. And it turned out to be, I guess, not as much of a sweat as I thought. Had he moved his fighters there from Egypt, it would have only been 80% to take, but that's still really good odds. I still would have taken the battle. 8 out of 10, I would have taken it. But had he moved this fighter here also, it would have been even tougher. I probably would have had to wait a couple turns, but as it turns out, I did not have to wait. And really, he stacked this, but he wasn't getting much. Wasn't getting much done here. And the other thing that brings up is just this is why you just can't have a completely unfettered Japan. Japan just can become a tremendous monster if you just leave it without any sort of attack here. So anyway, it was a long game. It was a hard fought game, but I felt like it was a good game at the end. Anyway, that's going to be the end of this game and the end of this video. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all of you watching, and I'll see you guys back for another video.